for being on time. Now, I'm just going to make sure that he hasn't changed. It looks like he's got it on duplicate again. I don't want it on duplicate. I need it on extend. Display settings. Go back. Yeah, he's got it on extend. Should just think. Here. Better.
I should.
I have to remember to sit. My legs are very sore. So I've got some wonderful magnesium oil from Australia. So Paul looked my legs last night. Made a big difference. Yeah, it does. Yeah, magnesium is very, very good oil. And it's linked with love. So it's got a lovely smell to it as well. So it helps you sensitive and it also helps the muscles. It's so frustrating. I did tell Dr. Baker last night about my issue, but it's really I have to realize that I am grateful that I am able to walk. So I have to keep remembering that. I get frustrated by not being able to walk all the time. No, well, I had pressure. So tonight, let me know for sure what we're doing. If we're going to dinner or we're going to the, yeah, okay. I will need probably an hour tonight. So
Wherever we are tomorrow.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I also need to.
Some time to stop taking.
Yes. Well, no, we're not. I'm checking out till 2 o'clock, so that's fine. Yeah. It'll be fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It'll be fine. Now the boat for our bag. Bag with us. Okay. Sorry.
Go back.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry. So I'm sorry to take the big bag, but we're traveling for so long. But we did try to pack light.
Or another option, it's better to take it with us because the next day we might not have time in the morning.
To drop by the hotel. Yeah, we might be able to stay at the hotel overnight if we wanted to. Okay. So we can take it with us as long as we can get on the boat. Okay.
Space in the boat.
Okay. Small bag, the small green bag.
So we don't have to open up.
We don't have to open up the big bag. It'll be airplane ready, that bag, and we'll just pop it on the plane. Tomorrow morning is the boat as well, right? So the car will pick us up quarter to 8.
No, we need to be there at 8.
So
and there are 2 stations. One is the further one.
Oh no!
We have to be there at 8.
Oh, okay. So that's the only problem is the dosa doesn't really get going until about quarter to 7, and I like the dosa for breakfast. So
we'll have time for that.
I'll have my dosa and then we'll be down.
7:25 if you leave, then I will join in between.
Okay.
I will join.
They'll pick you up. Yeah.
Maybe in 7:20.
Okay. Hopefully I'll have time for dosa because I'm not sure that I'll let them know tonight that I need my dosa tomorrow morning, and they'll have it prepared.
7 o'clock dosa.
Yeah, I'll ask if I can have the dosa for. Actually, I'll see if the dosa could be ready for me because breakfast starts at 6:30. So I'll see if I can have the dosa for quarter to 7.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll adjust the sessions slightly. I want to keep.
When we started,
So I had something.
1 hour session.
1 hour session, yeah. So I did have some things in that 1 hour. So I'll adjust, and I might cut some things out earlier just to make it all fit together. Yeah.
And since you are asking in between, we might not get enough time to open that. So we cut short time, but you still give an opportunity for them to ask questions before.
Yeah. So I'll adjust the presentation a bit. So it's fine. I'll make. I just have to think about the timing, and I want to make sure you have an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I still need time to have a break.
Yeah, we want to break.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
start after break 3:15 or something.
Yeah.
We'll go for it for 1.5 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's time to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? It's just on time, and I am going to start on time. And you'll learn from me that I ask people to respect time, which means when I ask you to be here sometime for a start of a session, I'm going to ask you to be here about 2 minutes before that. You guys are great. You're here well in advance. I got a quick question for you, though. How do you feel about today's session? On a scale of cat, how do you feel about the session today? How many are number one? How many feel like they're number one? Up in the upper left-hand corner. Anybody number one? Oh, good. I was hoping not. How about number two? Isn't that sad? Those big sad. Woohoo! That's me. I think I'm there. Number four, a bit angry. That's the kind of cat I don't want to be around. Number five. I'm not quite sure about number five. That was yesterday, somebody said, yeah. Last night, maybe?
Yeah.
But not right now. Not right now. That's good. Number six. Hopefully got lots of number sixes there. Okay, fantastic. And it's a good day to be here. Number seven might be at the end of the session. It can be exhausting. What's that?
The open mic session.
The open mic session, yeah. Number eight. I know you're right. Mean. And number nine, that will be after all these sessions are done. That's going to be me out celebrating. Whew. Okay, so I'm number three, I think. You guys are mostly number six, and that's a good start. So on the scale of cat. Today, we are going to talk about the human side of maritime. Now, just give me 1 second. I forgot to put my plug in. That's much better. That means I can walk around. I'm not tied to the computer. So the human side of maritime, which means we get to talk about some really interesting things about what it is to be human in the maritime industry. I'm also going to bring in a number of different theories based on human science. In fact, I have a short video based on neuroscience, but don't worry, it's not going to be too difficult to energy level all day. But just to start with, and apologies for those who've been here before, I do this every time. There. And yesterday, I wore the same outfit that was in the photo on the poster. Did anybody notice? Ah, excellent. I stood by and I looked up and going, okay, that's not intimidating at all. So I'm a woman in maritime. We've got some great women in maritime here. How many? What is the percentage? 2%. 2% of seafarers are women. I have been in this industry since 1983. If you know the answer, don't say anything. In 1983, what do you think the percentage were of women in maritime? 1983, that's a long time ago now, isn't it? Somebody knows, 2%. So over almost 40-year career in the maritime industry, I have not seen significant change in women in maritime. So, women in maritime, put your hands up. Shore, afloat, whatever, put your hands up. Who's a woman in maritime? Who's a woman working in the maritime? Come on, put your hands up. You're a woman. You're working in, put your hand up. Let's see. No choice. So I do want to see it again. Every woman who is here in the room right now is a woman in maritime. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Okay. Take a look. That's pretty good. I think we need to jump forward. We need to move from that 2%. Because if we have 2% on the ships, we have a similarly low percentage. It's a little bit better. I was in the Republic of Korea, and in the BTS Center, they have 7% of their BTS operators are women. Their goal is 20. My goal, through my work with the Nautical Institute, is 2 to 20. So I want to get 20% of women in the maritime industry. My issue is, I haven't been smart, I didn't say by when. Now, we looked at an organization yesterday called WISTA, and they're looking at management positions, and they want 40 by 30. So they want 40% of management positions in maritime to be women by 2030. So they're a bit smarter than I am. I think my issue is 40 years, we're still at 2%. I really am not sure how to get to 20. So maybe during the day today, you might maritime. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and acceptance. Now, that's the last session today. So look forward to that. It's going to be fun. Nautical Institute. Female president of the Nautical Institute in its 50-year history. And it was during COVID. So everything was online. But it was thanks to COVID, actually. I have to thank COVID, because it was thanks to COVID that I met captains to recognize the incredible and those ashore who went that extra mile to help, to alleviate some of the issues. Now, we aren't out of COVID. Tonight I had the honor to participate in a candlelit ceremony for those on the heroic Eden, some of which are from here, and one of which Captain Naveen taught, the chief officer. So it is a really serious thing being a human in maritime. We're going to talk about that. But in the meantime, Nautical Institute, who's a member of the NI. Excellent, excellent. Do we have some new student members who joined? You're joining now. Okay, fantastic. It's good. I'm seeing more hands. I want way more than that. You know what's really exciting about the Nautical Institute? Services. You have a direct link from the NI to the IMO. They have an online group of professionals. They send out questions about the IMO. You provide them answers. At the IMO, there was lots of questions about pilot ladders a few years ago. Pilot ladders are incredibly dangerous, mostly because they're not being rigged correctly, or they're not of good quality. They had a big discussion at the IMO about pilot ladders, and a question went out to the technical group during the meeting about the pilot ladders of the Nautical Institute at the IMO, then presented. So we're talking real-time input to IMO work. That alone was worth it. But you also have access to free training, and you have access to reduced rate training. And the best part, it's free for your students. So there's no cost. And that's new. That's new as of a few months ago. We need some more here as well. We need a couple more management people here when they come in. So we'll just make sure we divide everybody. So if you aren't a member of the Nautical Institute, if you aren't in the NI, and that's one of our hashtags, if you aren't in the NI yet, my question is why? It's free, it's cool, You get access to documents. These ones are going to be electronic for your free membership. Seaways. Have you seen Seaways? Is it near libraries? So they'll be electronic. And where is my? Oops, there. There's also something called the Navigator. That's free anyways. So, for the Nautical Institute. Thank you. I got the class. It's pretty easy. You go online, you go through membership, you scroll down to the bottom, it says Associate Member NI Student. You click on that and you follow the steps. So you've done it recently? How fun was it? Course view dates.
But even the exam.
2 steps. That's great. See, I can't do it because I'm not a student. So 2-step process. We're going to be talking about what it means to be a professional in an organization as well. And that's going to be coming up today. That's part of being human. Now, are we expecting any more management people? Is anyone missing? Because I do need at least 2 management people sitting up front here. So maybe if there's a table that has, say, 6 on it, or something, we can take 2 and separate them out, because we need at least 1 or 2 management people on this table. Can you help me out with that, please? Thank you. You identify somebody. You know them. We've got navigators here. We have no management here. So we need a couple of management. We need to mix you up. Cool. I'm going to have a table of all women. Oh, I can't wait to hear what you guys come up with. Okay, so let's get going. Some ground rules. It's important that we're going to be really interactive. I want your ideas, but we need to set the ground rules. And we need to follow these ground rules as we go. So everyone has something to contribute. And I say there's no bad questions or suggestions except the one that's not asked. So speak up. Be open. Ask questions. At the table, when we have discussion sessions, speak up. Psychologically safe environment here. No one's going to judge. We're all here to learn. And it's wonderful to have you here. Practice. Speak in turn. Yes. That's a good one. Speak in turn. I think we're pretty good at that, but I am a bit of a stickler. So if someone from a group is talking, I want every other table to be quiet. Now, I'm a mom. I've got 2 kids. They're probably older than you. They're 29 and 25. So who's here is older than 29? I know you are. Someone is. Anybody here older than 29? Okay, yes, so my kids are younger than me. Well, when they were young, I would do this to get them quiet. You see me warm up, that means someone's talking. Look around, see who's talking. Get them to be quiet, because we need to hear what everyone has to say. Practice active listening. Now what is active listening? How do you actively listen? Okay, how do you actively listen? Just do what I said, practice active listening.
If someone is speaking to you, you have to note hand.
Excellent. I'm looking at you, I'm watching your eyes. I'm looking to see if you're listening. If you nod your head, you somehow acknowledge that you have understood. That's a great one, thank you. What's another thing for active listening? You get the idea now. How do you actively listen? Anybody? If you're quiet, I'm going to pick up. Okay, go. He's going to wish you hadn't looked at me. How do you actively listen? What else can you do? Think about it. Yeah, you.
Paying attention to it.
Paying attention, focusing. See, but it says up there, the next one is stay focused.
Maintain eye contact.
contact. Eye contact's interesting in body language. You know, the science says that you maintain eye contact with me. If we do it for more than 10 seconds, it gets uncomfortable. So when you do eye and that is really interesting because maintaining eye contact for more than 10 seconds can become uncomfortable. Kind of interesting. Okay, how else do you actively listen? I heard yesterday. Oh, okay, you weren't. How do you actively listen? Writing notes. So writing notes. Thinking exactly about what I'm saying, writing it down. Fantastic. Okay, how do we actively listen?
Imagine something that you are talking.
So imagining something I'm talking about, paraphrasing it in your head. Do you know that in the time I've been talking, oh, so her daughter's 29. Oh, I've got a sister who's 29, or a brother. Or I wonder what they're going to serve for tea. I wonder what I'm having for lunch. Because our minds do that. They go quick. That's part of being human. So in order to focus, respect time. When I ask you to be back here, please come back 2 minutes before then. I know here and other things. Anyone play, what do you play? Piano and guitar, excellent. Anyone else play an instrument? Anybody? Oh, come on. I'm sure you're musical. All cultures have so much beautiful music. I tried to get into the Indian orchestra. There's a beautiful concert going on in Mumbai. It's sold out, so I can get. I play the French horn in an orchestra. We have a conductor. He's got a big baton and he conducts. And he's with our instruments, sitting down with our music, ready to play on that downbeat. So the start time doesn't mean that's when you arrive. The start time means the start time. So you need to be sitting here ready to go. So when I give you a time, please come back 2 minutes beforehand. Mobiles on silent. If they aren't, and I hear it go, I'm going to ask for, how much today? ₹200. Okay, so if I hear it go, I'm going to make note. And everyone else, rupees to Mission to Seafarers. Have them available. You will need them. Just don't let them ring. I talk about an anchorage area. A lot of facilitators might have a parking lot. I'm maritime. We have an anchorage area. That means if you have a question, ask it, write it down, give it to me, and we can bring it up at the open mic session. I may not address it during the session because we've got some tight timelines to make, but I will try and make sure that we get to it by the end of the session. Or, if I can't, connect with me on LinkedIn, ask me a question on LinkedIn. If I don't have that's my promise to you. And I've joined a bunch of people already on LinkedIn. It's great. My network keeps growing. Okay, so that's the ground rules. And it's all about communicating and how we communicate. Now, I don't know if you can read that at the back, so I'm going to read it out. George Bernard Shaw is an incredible the single biggest problem so think about that. The single biggest problem is the illusion it has taken place. Have you ever had an experience where you said something and they didn't understand you? Or you thought you told somebody to do something and they did something completely different? I go back to my kids. You know, we can't have a man on this table, but it's kind of cool to have a woman over. That's good. This is so exciting. I had a kid, my teenager. I do the dishwasher. 6 hours later, I say, the dishwasher's not empty. Well, she said, you didn't tell me when. You just told me to empty the dishwasher. I'll do it. Yeah, but when? So it's the illusion that is taking place. Now I'm going to do an activity with you, which means You're going to need to have a piece of paper. But you need to have it ripped out of your book. Let me get mine here. I don't think I have one. I need a piece of paper too. Can you rip a piece of paper out for me? Just rip a piece of paper out of your book. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to do an activity. Unfortunately, I have to hold the microphone, so I'll try and do it with you, but it's going to be hard. Take your piece of paper. Show it to me. Do you have your piece of paper? Not everybody. That table in the middle doesn't have it. Everyone needs a piece of paper ripped out, and you can see it. You can do this too, Captain Jilian. Help you go there and pull a piece of paper out. So a piece of paper, just one piece of paper, not two, just one. Yep, rip it out. There you go. This is going to be very wasteful for paper, but it's a great exercise. Okay, everybody got their paper? Everyone have their paper? You guys are good? Yep. I don't see, I'm missing if everyone seems to got one. Everyone's got one in the back there. Hold. I'm missing somebody who have one. Have your piece of paper ripped out. Okay, now, this is the fun part. Make sure you're sitting safely. I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. Hold your paper in your hand. Make sure you've got your paper in your hand so you know where it is. Hold it. Hold your paper. And making sure everyone has one. Don't have to close your eyes just yet. And then you're going to close your eyes. Okay, everybody got their paper? Just one piece? Do you guys want to try this too? Well, someone has to watch the IT to make sure I don't mess up. Okay, everyone. Close your eyes. Hold your paper, close your eyes. Close your eyes. I'm looking. Close your eyes. I don't want eye contact now. I want your eyes closed. Be peaceful. Feel the paper. Okay, what I want you to do now is don't open your eyes. Keep them closed the whole time. Fold the paper in half. Okay. Fold the paper in half. Now rip off the upper right-hand corner. A tiny little rip. We don't make a mess. Keep them closed. Okay, now fold the paper again. Fold it in half. Rip off the upper left hand. Rip off, don't open your eyes. Put it down safely on the table, don't throw it on the floor. Fold the paper again in half. Rip off the lower left-hand corner. Don't open your eyes. One last time. It's going to be hard now. Fold the paper in half. And rip off the lower, what's left, right-hand corner. Rip off the okay, get it ripped off. You can do it. Keep your eyes closed. Open up the paper. Open it up. Open up your paper. And then look at all the papers. Now you can open your eyes. Look at what we have around the table. Look at all your papers. Do they look the same? They're very different, aren't they? Isn't that cool? Oh, you guys have close. Let me see that one. Okay, so this is mine. This is mine. I did the same thing as you. Let me see yours. This is worth your picture, guys. I don't know who's taking the camera. This we have. Can we get a picture of this, somebody? Who's got a camera? Who's got a camera? Any camera? This will be really cool. So keep it. Why? Thanks for the music. You can turn it off now. You can turn off the music now. Why do you think they're so different? Isn't it cool? Same instructions. I communicated to you the exact same thing. Why are they so different? Don't do snowflakes, the Canadian thing. Why do you think they're so different? illusion. What was happening? Why do you think we didn't get good communication?
All the visual cues were closed.
Eyes were closed. You couldn't watch what I was doing. Why else? What was missing? What else was missing? What was that?
Perspective.
The perspective of everyone else. Because your eyes were closed, I was giving you instructions, you just did what I told you, but everyone did something different. Now, how might we have actually ended up with the same style of snowflake? What was missing? What else could we have done? Everyone folds the paper in the same way, and they have the same corner. And then I could have said, listen, you've got the rip now in this corner, fold it again, now rip, and I could have shown you. You could have asked for feedback. There was no feedback. You didn't ask any questions. I didn't let you. Your eyes were closed. So we thought that communication had taken place. It's a really great little visual, but it didn't. This happens every single day in maritime. Communication is probably one of the biggest causes of incidents in the maritime industry. And that illusion that communication has taken place. Day long. You can take a picture of this slide if you want. We're coming back to it at the end. I'm going to show it at the beginning so that you have it in mind. During the day, we are going to be thinking about how being human in the maritime industry, the benefits and the challenges. So at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you 3 quick questions. What do you want to see changed or improved? And I want to know what you want. How do you propose that these improvements or changes can be implemented? What are your ideas? And why do you think these changes will support yourselves and the next generation, those who are to come, of maritime professionals? So we're going to come back to this at the end of the day. Throughout the day, all of the activities, everything will lead you back to these questions at the end of the day, before the open mic. I will pop them up there again, but just to keep them in mind. All that to tell you what I'm going to tell you. So today, we're going to have a number of sessions on what it means to be human. So we're going to define the concepts of what it is to be human. We're going to look at leadership and followership, really kind of cool. We're going to explain the concepts of motivation and identify challenges and opportunities for the maritime industry. We're going to describe the process of holding a courageous conversation. Sometimes conversations can be difficult. Sometimes things don't go right. I'm going to give you some tips and tools. A couple of them actually, you pick and choose. I'm going to give you tools and ideas of what you can do. And how that you can be human. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is pretty much almost the last session we have before we go to that activity to think about what you want to change. So that's what we're going to cover today, is about being human. What does it mean to be a professional? I'll talk about maritime professionals. What does it mean to be a professional? The professional does not wait for inspiration. He acts in anticipation of it. We talked yesterday about the IMO and the development of SOLAS, for example. So why did we get SOLAS? Those who were here yesterday don't answer. How did we end up with SOLAS? Why do we have a safety of life at sea convention at all? What happened? Knows that? It's a very famous iceberg in a ship. Titanic. It's pretty simple, isn't it? So the Titanic happened, we ended up with SOLAS. The Torrey Canyon happened, we ended up with MARPOL. 9/11 happened, we ended up with ISPS. we're not really good at anticipating in the maritime industry. We need to be proactive, not reactive. A professional is proactive. You think ahead. You look at those unintended consequences of actions. They can be your actions. They can be organizational actions. They can be the big question actions. But we think ahead as professionals. So, to think, it's not one quote, what do you think a professional is? What does it mean to be a professional? And what are the requirements to be considered a profession? Okay? Are you doing after 5? So in your table groups, answer those 3 questions. What is a professional? What does it mean to be a professional? And what are the requirements to be considered as a profession? Okay? Got 10 minutes. But I will check in after 5. Make it done quicker. And I should say, this is one of those times you're allowed to use your phones to touch the internet if you want. It's a group activity. Talk. Anybody? Yep, okay, we have some people who are done. Put your hand up if you're finished. Your tables, if you're finished. Okay, we only have a couple, so I'm going to give, say, 2. Guys. I won't give a countdown yet. We'll do it next time. Don't worry if you haven't finished. And that time is up. Okay. So what is a professional? Professional. Okay, I've got, I'll do this one first.
Who always think one step ahead or who works in a specified professional activity and knows the code of conduct.
Ahead works within a specific area of expertise, within the concept of a profession, and within an ethical code of conduct. Okay. Does anybody have anything different than that? Okay, so I'll do this one first, because you've been here.
So I've written, not written, I'll maybe be able to explain it better. So what is a professional? So I think in the literal sense, I'd say someone, there are photographers, but someone who makes a living out of it, I'd say that he's a professional. Now coming back to the other question, what does it mean to be a professional? But for example, if you, okay, again I'll take an example, maybe video. doing video editing, like they are hobbyists, but someone who knows everything, like let's just take Premiere Pro. So everyone, there are people who know the stuff, but now that they're earning money, they know everything, the exact things. And the other question: what are the requirements to be considered to be considered a profession? So I say then you'll require a prolonged training and qualification for that.
Excellent. Wow, we got all three there. Woo! Okay. You had all three. Of course, everybody had all three. Yes. I was just asking about number one, but well done. This table got way ahead. So yes, a professional. Did you have something specifically different about what being a professional is? Okay, we'll do one more and then move on.
Good morning, guys. So, a professional is someone who has the right technical skills of the industry along with the human skills to make that happen. So, a professional should know how things work, but at the same time, he should know how to manage things to make those things work. Because without human skills or directing human skills, no one can be a professional. So, a lot of things that come into mind is basically being time bound, being responsible, and the person should have the ability to take accountability for things that happen.
Okay, so really, again, we're getting into what is a professional, and it's excellent, excellent. And also getting into something called SMART, specific, measurable, achievable or accurate, and relevant and time-bound. You're getting smarter. Okay.
So yeah, a professional is someone who is experienced and qualified to do a certain, like if he has a certain set of skills, technical wise, and if he can apply it into their own sector, he is a professional. He should be understanding that there are certain sort of skills that only, some people may attain over a period of time. He could be considered a professional. He should be experienced and qualified and eligible enough. And according to me, according to our group, he should be someone who has empathy and not sympathy towards people. Because like a leader or a professional should be empathetic towards an individual or the team he is with, because you should be able to understand. But if you show sympathy, there's nothing good coming out of it. So yeah. Yes.
That's really nice, and actually that is the concept of what it means to be a professional. Actually, there's a fantastic little video. I don't have it in this session, but I might give you the link. It's Brené Brown, and it's the difference between sympathy and empathy. Really, really well worth seeing. I think we've done really well with what is a professional and what does it mean to be a professional. We've already said a little bit on the requirements to be considered a profession. Anybody got something about the requirements? What does it mean? Okay, here we go.
Hi guys. So I am talking about the requirements to be considered a professional. So here a professional should be proactive. He should have a certain amount of skills that will make him expert in his that activity he is doing. And another thing is qualification, which without qualification also there are people who are considered to be professionals that are Adani and everyone. I think he doesn't have such a qualification in basis of studies, but he is well good with his knowledge that he has got from his family and everything. That's it.
Thank you. And yes, that's fantastic. We'll have to be clapping a bit more. I'm not very good at that, actually. The idea of what it is to be considered a professional, not necessarily just the education, but the application of that education. Now we've heard about an ethical code of conduct. Anybody have anything different about what you want or what you want to add into the requirements to be considered? Okay.
A professional should be 100% responsible over his work and should be accountable and well behaved.
I like that. Well behaved. That's a good one. Yes, please. Yes, please. Anything else? Anything different? Anybody else want to share an idea? Yes.
The ability to make individualistic and collective decisions.
That means that you're able to talk with each other and work together. Yes. And I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Naveen. Because I hope that you're going to say one thing that I think is missing in being a professional. See.
I think the most important for me, it's more of a personal opinion, to be a professional is to love your profession. Because many a time we come across a lot of challenges, hurdles, times we get demotivated.
So true. You need passion. So you need to love what you do. This is the maritime industry sort of sucks you in, and there's so much inside the industry, afloat and ashore. Regulations, the policies, the people, the management, so much is involved in the maritime industry, and we are maritime professionals. Now, there's actually a bit of science around this, and I've put some definitions up here a little bit. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. 1 second. Let me just minimize that. Activate that. So, a professional is a profession is a disciplined group of individuals. So professionals work as a group, a disciplined group, and that comes into some of those concepts that we had out there. Adhering to ethical standards. That means that you don't just go off and do what you want to do always. You think about what it is, what the unintended consequences are, and you work to some standards, a code of conduct of some sort. Defining professionalism. The person who carries out a profession is a professional. Pretty straightforward, that one. A profession is an occupation that involves mastery of complex knowledge and skills. We got that. Prolonged training, education, or practical experience. Now there are some building blocks, though. Education, they call them the E's. Education, experience, examination, ethics, and entity. An entity is an interesting one, because that means as a professional, you can join a professional organization and meet up with other people who are passionate, who have a love of what it is that you love. Now, no matter what it is, there'll be different professions. In the maritime industry, you can then be a maritime professional. So education, experience, examination means that you are tested to a different level. You have levels within the profession that you can reach. So I'm a project management professional, PMP, under an organization called PMBOK, the Project Management Body of Knowledge. But I come on at one level, which is an associate. Then I can move up to another level, and I can move up to another level within the profession. So through that role of professionalism. So we've got professionalism and what it means to be a professional. So what does it mean to be human and being a professional? So a human professional, that's us. We're people. We're not machines, we're people. We think. And we sometimes do things that aren't according to the plan. How many times have you seen that? Where you are planning to go and where you actually end up going. So we've got the plan, the great plan, but it gets implemented. Maybe a more efficient manner, but the implementation is different than the plan. So how people do things, human performance, and it's not always according to plan. In the maritime industry, there's been a lot of work around this. So putting the human in the loop, the profession is this vision, this role that we play. We do tests, we do examinations, we work with each other through an entity, we have a code of contact in an ethical manner. Putting a human in the loop is critical. Communications, that exercise we did is critical. The IMO has said that the human element is one of the most important contributory aspects of the causation and avoidance of accidents. But how do you define a concept such as the human element? It's so nebulous. It's like a cloud in the sky, because we're all human. We're all different. And that's good, because we need those differences to make solutions, to come up with these proactive ideas and think ahead. I've given you some references there. There's a lot. And IALA, okay, so someone who wasn't here yesterday. What's IALA? I put up an acronym there that I didn't expand. I'm sorry. What's IALA? Yes, I'm going to give you the microphone. If you've got it, that's good. Don't worry if you don't. It's a terrible acronym. It's an acronym that doesn't match the letters.
Earlier it was International Association of Lighthouse Authorities, but now it is International Association to Marine Aids, International Association of Marine Aids to Navigable Aids and Lighthouse Authorities.
Woohoo, we got it. That's a tough one. It used to be International Association of Lighthouse Authorities. But we've got more than lights, don't we? We have aids to navigation. And an aid to navigation, for those who weren't here yesterday, is defined as something outside of the ship. So an aid to navigation is a lighthouse, a buoy, AIS space stations, anything external. A navigational aid is on the ship. That's just a little bit of yesterday's stuff. Okay, guidelines on fatigue. The IMO guidelines on fatigue. Who's read them? Who's accessed them? Who's looked at them? They're free online. They are fantastic. If you want to know about fatigue, the IMO guidelines, I thought another slide with a picture of it, the book on it. They are fantastic. It is that guideline. MSC, IMO MSC.1 Circular 1598 Guidelines on Fatigue. Terrible thing. Okay, let me expand that for you. IMO, International Maritime Organization. MSC, anyone, just yell it out. Maritime Safety Committee, .1. So they have a bunch of dots for their circulars. CIRC means circular, which means it's lower than lower than a resolution, but it provides guidance. 1598 is a sequential number. So as the numbers get bigger, you know they're younger because we've got more and more documents coming out. So you can actually just read the numbers of a document and understand more about it. Okay, we also have human factors linked to risks, linked to collisions, so linked to risk assessments. So there's a lot about human factors in IMO MSC, MAPC, .2, Circular 12, Revision 2. Ooh, long way. Okay, so MEPC, anyone just yell out MEPC? MEPC is one of the committees of the IMO, the Maritime Environment and Protection Committee. So that one is talking about formal safety assessment. When you do a safety assessment for risk, you take into account the human element. Then we got kind of a cool one. I did say that you can't do anything in maritime without talking about technology. It's impossible. We put technology on the first day for a reason, because it's throughout everything. IMO MSC.1 Circular 1512, Software Quality Assurance and Human Design, Human-Centered Design. That means when software is developed, they need the human in the loop. Is it ergonomic? Is it user-friendly? Is it intuitive? Do you have language-independent icons? Because why would we have to say, click here, or accept? You could just have a symbol that's internationally recognized. So we have that. And then IALA, back to IALA. Guideline 1171, Human Factors and Ergonomics in VTS. Very specific to VTS, but very generic on human factors and ergonomics. So if you want to know a little bit about, especially ergonomics. Now, have you seen, or does anyone have, or have they worked at a sit-stand desk? You seen pictures of those? There's these really cool desks. You press a button and they stand up, or you paint them and they stand up. You can stand up and work, or you sit down and work. Yeah, so sit-stand desks, a big development in ergonomics for the human. Human beings were not meant to sit all the time. They're not meant to look at their iPhones all the time while they're walking. They're meant to move around. So sit-stand desks are really handy. But they're also, this comes to watching, being on watch, and I'm probably not very popular with my captains, they're also not meant to just stand for 6 hours. They're meant to move around. I think someone was asking me, how do you manage, I think it was you, I can't remember who it was, there was somebody who was asking, how do you manage such long watches and to be so sleepy and being on watch? Comfortable shoes, I forgot to say that, really comfortable shoes, get very comfortable shoes, and nice padded socks. Because when you're on watch, on a ship, a steel deck, It can be really hard on your feet, your legs, your knees, your ankles, everything. So human factors and ergonomics. Ergonomics really need to come into more. You've heard that word ergonomics before? I'm looking to see nods. Have you heard the word ergonomics? Somebody says yes. Other people aren't nodding. Okay, so do you know what ergonomics is? Is someone willing to give me a definition of ergonomics? Anybody? You've heard the word, but what does it mean? Understanding of the human interaction with its environment. So ergonomics is about how we move. It's where your computer should be at for eye level height. It's how your arms sit. It's about being human. It's how you're sitting at your desk. Is your arm up like this? Is your wrist like that? You're going to get wrist problems. Is it down flat? Have you seen my mouse? I had a hard time getting this through security. They didn't know what it was. You come up and take a look at it. It's an ergonomic mouse. My mouse doesn't work like this. It works like this. Because when you put your arm naturally down, it sits like this. It doesn't. You actually have to use a muscle to make your arm go like that, which gives you pain up here. So this is an ergonomic mouse. This is what ergonomics can do for you. They can make you more comfortable and actually help you do your job longer. Yes, so that's ergonomics. Ergonomics and human factors. Putting a human in the loop. We are human. We are professionals. We work together. We know what we need to do. We need the tools to do it that are effective for us. We don't want tool design for the machine. Now that comes a little bit later because we are looking at humans and machines working together, but we need tools that work with us as ergonomics. And that helps us with stress. So if we are able, if we're passionate about our work, if we're able to be comfortable, have an environment that is set up for us as a human, because we're really human, then we will reduce our stress levels. Is anybody here stressed? We had earlier, I think some people might have missed it, we had, what cat are you? We had a very stressed looking cat, nobody said they were there. So who's stressed? Who feels stress? What makes you stressed? So stress is a state of mental or emotional strain or tension resulting from adverse or demanding circumstances. Is anyone stressed here today? Was anybody stressed when I gave them the microphone and they weren't looking for it? I think you might have been a little bit stressed, right? Anybody stressed? No stress? Oh wow, okay, I'm pretty good. I do try to put a very relaxed environment here. When might you feel stress? Pardon? When working? Overthinking. Yes, overthinking things can make you stressful. As students, when do you get stressed? Deadline of projects? What did you say? Examinations, deadlines coming up, examinations, you get stressed. How do you react to that stress? What do you do? Panic. Is that what you said? Panic. He did say panic. You panic. So stress is something that's normal. Have you ever heard of stress being good? When might stress be good? Okay.
When it helps us get our job done faster. I call it, in my terms, I call it like negative motivation.
Negative motivation. Actually, stress can be really good. Stress is a natural part of being human. Stress is something that helps us protect ourselves, to preserve ourselves. Have you heard of the fight or flight concepts? So stress gives us the opportunity to be safe. So if something bad is coming at us, we get stressed and we might fly away, we might run away from it. Hopefully you don't run away from your exams. If anybody had to run away from their exam, they just couldn't do it. This is a good one for schools. Has anybody asked for an extension to a project because they weren't done yet? Anybody? Put your hands up, be honest. We can, yeah. That's part of our flight. So when you're asking for that extension, that shows that you're stressed, and that's your flight. At least you don't fight. I don't expect it to come to fisticuffs in your classrooms yet. So there's fight or flight. Stress is good because it can help us. Stress is bad. Stress is bad because it affects our breathing. We can't breathe as well. Take a quick step in. Where are you breathing? Are you breathing up here right now? Think about where your breath is coming. Not even thinking about it, I bet. When you get stressed, you don't breathe as well, and when you don't breathe as well, your brain doesn't work as well. So you don't get the oxygen. You need to get that oxygen down. I love being here because so many people do yoga, breathing exercises. I ask my students usually, I said, who does breathing exercises? I'm lucky to get one person. Learning to breathe is one of the best protections for stress. So you just take a deep breath all the way down into your abdomen, get it into your lungs, get that air there so it can get to your brain. When we get stressed, we breathe shallowly, very, very shallow, right up in here. You need to get that air down. So breathing is a really great stress reducer. There's lots of others. There's a cute little video, I'm not going to show it, but there's a cute little video that says 3 things. Learn to play, to do 15 minutes of something fun every day. Play the piano, play the guitar. Adopt a stray is one thing they say, because pets, when you're patting the pet, the fur, there's that whole thing. It just, you're nodding your head. Yeah. Do you have a pet? What do you have?
I have an indie. We have adopted it.
Wonderful. So a pet is an incredible thing. Adopt a stray. And, I'll come to you in just a minute. Well, maybe I'll do it right now. I'll do the last one after I pass the mic over here. So 1 second.
Don't you think most of the stress humans face are mentally created by us? I mean, stress is a direct response to imminent danger, but I believe it is the lack of our mental state to control the amount of cortisol the body releases.
That's a perfect link into my next one. So stress is actually a chemical reaction, and how we get stress is a chemical reaction. So learning to play, relaxing, adopting a stray, or the next one is laugh away. Because laughter releases that cortisol and makes you, it's basically like a little happy drug if you laugh. So I'm going to do something really funny with you guys, and you're going to think I'm absolutely insane. But come along, play along with me. I'm not going to do it in the mic because it's really loud. But we're going to do some laughter therapy. Has anyone ever done laughter therapy? Oh, good. So you have the laughing one, do you? Okay, great. So I'm going to go ha once, ha twice, ha 3 times, and then keep going. We'll see how long it takes for us to all laugh. Ha. Okay, that's good. I like it. Okay, so we're all breathing deeply now. We're all smiling. We're all releasing cortisol. So we're all de-stressing. So stress laughter therapy is fantastic. It's one of the best things. I have my husband. You might see him later today. I'm not sure, but my husband is very, very patient with me. And he gets really grumpy in the morning, and I stand there, and he's sitting at the sink grumpy because he's doing the dishes because my daughter forgot to do them. Back to the other story. So he's there, and he's really grumpy, and I come up behind him, I go, ha. Ha ha. He looks at me and goes away, go away, go away. Ha ha ha. He says, go away. He's really angry. By the time I get to about 4 or 5 ha's, he's laughing, and he says, I hate you. So stress is there. Stress can be really bad. What about fatigue now? Okay, so we talked about stress. We know how to bust our stress. We know how to relax. What's fatigue? So fatigue is different. Away from stress can cause fatigue. So stress and fatigue can go hand in hand. But fatigue is actually different than being sleepy as well. Fatigue is getting into almost that burnout. So we need to bust our stress to begin with. Learn to play, adopt a stray, laugh away, keep ourselves de-stressed, be passionate about the work you do. But manage it before you get to fatigue. Because fatigue can be very dangerous. And fatigue is happening in the maritime industry every single day. People are fatigued. I'd love to get on the ship there and make them laugh. But yes, it's kind of hard to laugh when everything's going wrong. That's why you have to force yourself to sometimes. You know, make yourself laugh. Okay, my little owl, that's really good for shift workers. I don't know, management people, I don't think you work shift, do you? No. Yeah, shift workers, that's a really good one. The eyes are different sizes. He's got an alarm clock. Do you notice I live by the clock a lot? I time everything. I'm a shift worker. for many, many, many years. A cup of coffee in the hand, you can't see that, but he's really cute. Shift workers, yes, so they can be fatigued. You can all be fatigued though. Stress and fatigue go hand in hand. Fatigue it's beyond sleepy. So you can feel sleepy, but you also physically, in fact, you might not even be sleepy, but you can be physically and tired. And that means that you're not thinking straight. That cognitive factors in your brain are not working. So you have to manage your fatigue. And it's different than being sleepy. So you can't see that back. There was a project that went out, the IMO, it's called Project Martha. Well was researching all of the outcomes of Project Martha, specifically in the maritime industry. They did it for us, for maritime professionals. Sleepiness. So sleepiness and being fatigued are different. You can be sleepy at short term. Get some sleep, it'll fix it. You'll feel better. So sleepiness is when you're still healthy, rapid onset, all of a sudden you're sleepy, you want to go to bed. Fatigue is long term. Fatigue can cause all sorts of different disorders. It can make you physically sick. It can affect your mental abilities. It persists over time, and it can be linked to multiple factors. So this is Project Martha, and they found this, and there's a lot of great research around this. But sleepiness and fatigue are different. Don't confuse the two. Stress goes hand in hand with fatigue, and there's things that we can do. And there's those guidelines. I think you wanted to say something, did you?
Even post Project Martha, why are still most of the industries going along with the same shift patterns?
Yes, so Project Martha basically, and a lot of the work that I've always done, have indicated that the 6 and 6 watch scheme is not a healthy scheme. The Maritime Labour Convention still, though, lets the 6 and 6 happen. Yeah, why? We need more stringent requirements, and actually I think it's up to each of us, especially the younger generation coming out who know to speak up and say, I'm fatigued, and recognize that. It's not a shameful thing happen to be stressed or to be fatigued. It's part of being human, but you need to recognize it in yourself and in others. Yes.
But that does raise a question of the kind of culture we are living in, because most of the third world countries don't assess stress or fatigue as a scenario which can cause a person to not work productively. Because if we had those bylaws in the current working environment, we would have anti-stress schemes or measures, even for universities for that matter. We don't have it, because if you're talking about India, which is a developing country, we have practically no provision for stress. Even talking about mental health or talking about seeing a therapist is considered as a crime over here. Or, people are judged, that they're mentally ill. So I think most of this is applicable to the first world countries, but I highly doubt third world countries would ever address this.
I think it's something that must be addressed in all countries, and that's why we need to teach it. That's why we need to talk about it. That's why we need to share. When you're on a ship with people from other countries, from Indonesia, from other countries where they might not have had this training, you are now the ambassadors, because now you know better. And that's where we need to go. We have to make change. Change comes from the top down, yes. Change comes with regulations, but we don't just do what the regulations tell us. We're professionals. Remember, what was that? We look ahead. We anticipate. We don't wait to be told that we're stressed or told to do this. We anticipate. We look ahead. And so, yes, it might be that the regulations right now say something, but we know better. And as a cohort, as an industry, we need everyone to step up and to say something. Maritime Labour Convention was a huge step forward. We all know it needs work, but it was something better than what we had. So now we can get it even better. STCW, the ILO, the IMO have a tripartite group now that are working and looking at these issues that are real, that have come out of the studies. And we know that there are issues. There are problems. We need to speak up, and that's really hard. Speaking up, having those courageous conversations are really hard. And that's why I'm doing this session here today. So hopefully even just one of you will speak up when you see something that's not right. That you'll feel comfortable to put together a courageous conversation, maybe using one of the tools I'm going to give you later today. Because it is an issue. We have the guidelines, they've been out, this is about the 3rd edition of them. We need to work to them. We know better. If we only just do what the regulations tell us and what the law tells us to do, we aren't really professionals. Professionals look ahead, they anticipate. That's what we've just said, and that's what we are. So stress and fatigue, they go hand in hand. And it comes down to being sleepy. I added this slide in because I have been asking people about circadian rhythms. And people didn't seem to know much about circadian rhythms. You should know your circadian rhythms. Does that word sound? I know I've seen some people nodding. Those who have been in my sessions before know I've talked about this. Has anybody heard this word before? Circadian rhythm. I'm looking for nodding. Any nodding? Active listening, guys. I'm looking in the very back. Getting eye contact. Okay, circadian rhythms. It's part of being human. We naturally get sleepy. It happens. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. We will get sleepy in the middle of the afternoon, about 1 to 2 o'clock, right after lunch. It's not just because we ate. It's because it's our body clock has a dip. We will be the most sleepy, probably about 2 a.m. The temperature, they've done studies. They've tested cognitive activity, the temperature of your body, the core temperature. We won't talk about that. They've tested that. It dips. You get sleepy. It's part of being human. Acknowledge it. Yes, it will happen. That's life. You will get sleepy. Who do they put? I'll come back in a minute. Who do they put on the watch on a ship? Usually between 12 and 4. Which officer do they put on the ship between 12 and 4? Yep.
Second officer.
Usually a chief officer, so second officer maybe chief. It depends whether or not the chief officer is watching. Sometimes the chief officer doesn't stand a watch, but it's a senior officer is put on that watch because they know that circadian rhythm is going to be there. They can fight it. That's the idea, anyways. They've got the experience and they have the knowledge. So 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning, you will get sleepy. Not much you can do about it. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you will get sleepy. Not much you can do about it. Your body will do it. What can we as professionals do then, though? How do we counter that? Drink coffee. Yes, like that little hour. Do something to activate yourself. Yes. To drink coffee. What else can you do?
Do something. Right. And busy also.
Be busy. Do something. When I was a BTS operator, after I came ashore, so I was at sea, and so after I came ashore and I was doing shift work, I would actually have a yoga mat in my shift area. I pull out my yoga mat about 1 o'clock if it was quiet on the shift, and I would do even 10, 15 minutes of stretching exercises, breathing exercises, trying to keep myself keep myself awake. I also used to have a blanket because I would get cold. So I'd wrap myself up in a little blanket, have a cup of tea, do something, because I knew it was going to happen. I anticipated as a professional, this was going to happen. And how was I going to counter it? Because you can't help it, it will happen. And this afternoon, you will feel sleepy about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so I make you do something to counter that. Now, you wanted to say something. No, okay. Yeah. Okay, circadian rhythms. Now, one way you can learn, so this is general. Every single body is a little bit different. We all look different. We have diversity, so our circadian rhythms might be slightly different. Generically, it's there. There's something called the Karolinska Sleepiness Scale. This is a really cool little scale. It's used in aviation. I use it with my students. It is an activity you can do for yourself. This scale is 1 to 9. Where 1 is extremely alert, and 9 is you're basically trying to hold your eyes open with toothpicks because you're about to fall asleep. If I was to say there, right now, just write a number down, think about it, where do you fit on that scale right this moment? Pop yourself in, be honest. I don't care, hopefully nobody's at 9 though. But be honest, oh I saw a yawn there, somebody's there about 6 maybe, signs of sleepiness. Okay, you got some 7s. No effort to stay awake but you're still sleepy. Okay, we'll work on that. Okay, who's a 1? Anybody a 1? Okay, good, excellent. We got a 1. I'm a 1. I'm teaching them. A 2. Who's a 2? You got a couple of 2s there? Good, excellent, well done. Any 3s? Yeah, alert. You're there, you're here. 4s? Coming down, 4s, good. 5s? Yep, some 5s there. 6? 6, be honest. I saw somebody yawn there, so it's probably 6. 7? A few 7s. Okay, I know where you are, so I'll keep working on you. Hopefully no 8s or 9s. But this is a Consultancy sleepiness scale, and what I do is I have a table, I have an hourly or half-hourly. Check in with your body. Where are you? Learn. Are you circadian rhythm right at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or is it more like 1:30, 2 o'clock? Where do you have that dip? And then as professionals, you can look at it. Because you're human, it's going to happen, and we know it. And IMO is aware of it. That's why they put it into their guidelines. And it all comes down to Maslow. See, sleep, right there, the very base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow, pretty bright guy. He said in order for us to be able to actually move it to this level, we have to have everything else underneath. So we need to meet our physiological needs as humans. That means we need to have air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, and reproduction. So we have to be able to make more of us. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep. Sleep is really key. Once we've got that, we need to be safe. So we need to have personal security, employment, resources, health, this ability to know that we're going to be safe. Then we go up, love and belonging. We are human beings. We interact, we discuss, we have this need to be with each other. As human beings, we need love and belonging. That's not just, the love of your life. That's friendship. That's colleagues. That's having fun and laughing with people on a ship. That's connecting. The next level up is esteem. We're talking about being professional. Professional has this education, this ethical area. So you have this concept of esteem. Respect, self-esteem, self-respect. So you can't actually get to self-actualization unless you like yourself. So who here has ever said, oh, I'm so stupid? Oh. Yes, other people, come on, be honest. Yeah. Who's ever said to themselves, that was really dumb, I shouldn't have done that? A bit like Hagrid, Harry Potter, I should not have said that, I should not have said that. The number of times we do that, we berate ourselves so often. We're really good at telling ourselves how bad we are. Do you know the more times you tell yourself how bad you are, how bad you'll be? You need to tell yourself how good you are. So think about it. What's something good that you've done today? What's something good that you've done today? Why are you amazing people? What's something you've done? What's that? What was that? No? Oh, you don't want to say it out loud. Who wants to tell me something amazing that they've done today? What's that?
Wake up early.
Wake up early. Wake up early. Go for a walk. This morning I woke up and I went for a walk. I saw a beautiful bird. That's something that's good. You all came here. That's a bonus. Woohoo! Okay, well done. Esteem, respect, self-esteem means you can go to self-actualization. That means you can meet the highest level of Maslow. And that's really pretty basic stuff. It all starts with sleep. It starts with air. It starts with breathing. It starts with knowing who we are as humans and recognizing that we are humans. We're humans in a maritime environment. Sometimes it might feel like we're little cogs in a wheel doing absolutely nothing except what we're told. As a third officer on a ship, I did everything. As a cadet, it was even worse. I was lower than the low. But I had to think every day, I'm a professional. I'm going somewhere. I'm working my way up and have self-esteem. There's nothing less having self-esteem. There's nothing more demoralizing than to be the only woman on a ship that then has to go for what they called harassment training. So the entire ship had to go for specialized training that nobody else did because I was there. Now that really made me feel, they learned how to harass me, so that was really good. But we have this opportunity to wake our way up. Physiological needs, breathing, shelter, sleep. I keep coming back to sleep. When you have a chance to sleep, sleep. Really do. Anybody have a hard time going to sleep at night? Does your mind keep walking? It seems when we lie down, our mind tells us everything bad we've done during the day. Anybody have that? Your mind goes, woo! You know, you shouldn't have said that. You should not have said that. You know how bad they're feeling. Oh, it's really stupid. You forgot to do this. You didn't empty the dishwasher and your mother told you to. What do you do to counter that? Anybody got some sleep tips? Let's share some tips on how we get to sleep at night. How do you put yourself to bed? What is that? Oh, put your books and start reading. That doesn't put you to bed. Well, maybe it does. If it's boring, yes.
Music.
Listening to music. I actually have I have 3 meditation tapes that I rotate through to put me to sleep. Something to concentrate on. So we got music. Open your books, maybe read something really boring. That might do it, yeah. What else? You said something? No? Okay. Someone else want to share what they do to get themselves to sleep? Do you remember your parents putting you to bed at night? What did they do to put you to bed? Did they read you stories? What's that? Rhymes? Yep, bedtime rhymes. What did they do to put you to bed? We don't put ourselves to bed when we get to be adults, do we? We just lie down and expect to fall asleep. Our parents knew better. They knew you needed a routine. So if you don't have a routine, you can use that routine at 2 o'clock in the morning when you come off shift, at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're finishing studying and you need to get 4 hours sleep before the exam the next day. I don't recommend 4 hours is not enough, but there you go. 4 hours twice a day adds up to 8. There you go. You got your 8 hours. Think about how you're going to go to sleep. Have a routine. Brush your teeth, wash your face, read a story, do something the same every time and put yourself to sleep. Then you meet your lowest level. That's what you need to be able to even start to aspire to reach Maslow. What's that? Yep.
It's a bit of my perspective. So, like a little bit out of the topic. Ma'am, don't you think self-esteem and self-actualization is a revolving circle constantly? Because in the process of attaining self-actualization, we realize that there is a lot more self-respect and self-esteem to gain. Don't you think it's a cycle? So there is no actual top.
That's a really good idea. And actually Maslow has been doing some work upon, well, not Maslow, people have been looking at this and reviewing and revising. Sometimes they've been flipping esteem and self-actualization away, but they link together. And the bases are still there. If you take any one away, you can't reach the other. So you need to work on them. And sometimes you need to go back and say, okay, I haven't slept enough, so I'm really down at the very bottom right now. Or I don't feel personally safety. I don't feel safe on the ship. Chief officer's after me. The engineer is bothering me. I don't feel safe on the ship. The weather's really bad. I don't feel safe. So then we do move. We don't actually just go one. Some step. We're human. We move around. But we do have that. And check in. If you're not feeling right, there's probably a reason. Go back and think about Maslow. Where do you sit there? Is there a reason why you can't be your best person on watch today? Is it because you didn't get enough sleep? Or is it because that you don't feel safe? Or is it because your girlfriend just broke up with you? You know, work your way up that line and see where it is and see what you can do to help fix that cycle. So Maslow's got a lot of great stuff in there. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm just checking the time. Almost break time. Okay, some really good stuff. That means we lead to healthy body, healthy mind, and believe it or not, I use this quote every single time. I didn't put it in just for this course. I use it all the time because it's a wonderful quote. Happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. And that is so true. So we need to see, if we're not comfortable, is there something that we've done? Is there something that we've said? Is there something that we have thought that's not in harmony? And that comes down to healthy mind, healthy body. We spoke a little bit yesterday about some of the, was it yesterday? I can't remember which day now. All the big problems. And personal safety and social responsibility is model course 1.21. IMO has a model course on personal safety and social responsibility, isn't it great? But right now it doesn't include things like your mind. It doesn't include things like mental health. It needs more in there. Psychological safety, psychological health. So we need to fix on that. And I'm working on it. I do have an activity, but I do believe it is 5 minutes to break time. Actually, I'll tell you what, we'll get started on the activity. It can go over break, and we'll take it up after break. Okay, so we'll do the activity. In your groups, I want you to think about what it is to be human, to talk to each other. Consider, what is it to be human? What are the challenges and the benefits of being human in the maritime industry? I put up a table you can consider using. We will take this up and I will pop your ideas into the table as we go after we take it up. But I want you to consider what it is to be human in the maritime industry. Take 5 minutes to do it before break. I'll let you know when break is time to start. When you come back, I might give you another few minutes to finish it up. You can talk about it over break as well with other tables. What does it mean to be human in the maritime industry? The benefits and the challenges. Maybe the benefits of being human. Challenges. What about, put some challenges down first, and then think about do whatever comes first. So do some challenges.
The biggest challenge is that we have to stay strong. Like, we have to pretend like we're staying strong.
That's so hard, isn't it? I have a session with Maritime CEO next week, and it's called Courageous Women. Are you going to be there? Okay, yes. Oh, excellent.
I was the campus ambassador. Last time it happened online.
Yes. Oh, so we're doing a session this time. So that was women who were first last time. This time it's going to be courageous women. What courage is. So yeah, and sometimes you have to be strong now. Yeah, that's. How do you be strong when things are going really wrong? You have to go back to muscle, I guess. You get your strength from somewhere. Where you get your strength from. So write down your challenges. Then think about some benefits. I challenge you to come up with at least 2 benefits of being
opportunity which we have is very rare. In India, basically, not many people are aware of this.
Yeah. Well, then that could be actually a challenge, but then a benefit could be there's so much opportunity. So there's so much opportunity for women because we need more women. And I'm starting to see more women. Yeah, keep going with your challenges and opportunities. You can come up with some benefits, I'm sure you can come up with some. That was amazing. Here's some benefits too. A whole lot of things are benefits. Okay, tea is here. I'll give you, talk about it over tea, share some ideas. We'll give you another 5 minutes when you come back. Yes, the benefits might be harder to find. Everyone started with challenges. We're good at challenges. Go for tea now, and I will give you until 17 minutes after 11. That means I want you back here by 15 minutes after 11. But we will start at 17 minutes after 11. I didn't tell you I was skipping for time. Thank you. Just put it here. That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I just thought since he's not, I would have a chat with Billard, but he's busy, so I'll do something else. Get my videos up and running now. Very good. Video. Followership video. Ready to go. Here's the bottle. I'm just going to grab time. Great. Yeah, it's open. So I have a video for the next one. Hopefully it will work.
Can I ask a simple question?
Yes.
Like you have shared about the sleepiness, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, how can we make more utilization and having more sleep, less stress to our mental health?
How can you do that?
Yeah, in this profession.
In this profession. I firmly believe you can, but it's yourself. So when you have a chance to sleep, and that's a big one. Because when you have time off, we tend to try and do everything else in our time off. We want to read emails, we want to watch movies. You have to actually put yourself to get sleep, so you get rest. If you have rest, then you'll be able to do so much more, and that will help with stress. Breathing exercises, yoga, fresh air, that can all help with stress as well. Having something to think about other than work, like a hobby or a craft or something that you do, which you have to balance your time. Because, and also don't let chief officers say you have to do, say, no, my work hours are here. And instead, it's going to be hard, and sometimes you will not be successful. But then you have to go to the manager floor, or you have to go to some other area and say, these are my rights. Know your rights, and your rights to the manager. And that's one of the things you can do, I think. It's not easy. It's not easy. Yes, so then the concern is that's a really good one. So bring that up at the open mic tonight. Bring that question up. That's a really, really good question. Will saying that you're right, to affect your career in the long term. So you shouldn't have to, in order to have a career, be yes men, to always say yes to everything. What you can do is be professional about it all, and it should affect your career. But what you need to do then is think about what management are you working for a management company that can support that? I do work with Angelique, and I don't know if you've heard about that. Of course, everyone has Angelique. And they're working to help ideally support seafarers with this one. So I don't know. Maybe in the airlines there's some issues, so then you have to really raise that up. But it is, will it affect your career? I would like to say no, I never know. But maybe your career in that management group is not worth it because you will die. If you can't, if you don't have rest, if you're always stressed, it's not something that you can do. Or if you're finding that you're at a second level and you still want to take a look at the opportunities in the same industry. There are industries only less than available to it. You just all turn up and be ready. If they say, no, you're not going out because you're supplementing work, you're not being supplemented, you're using work. I know something to say. I was there. I was on a ship. And I'll share something with you that I probably wasn't going to, I'm not sure if I come up later. I was on a ship. I was being sexually physically assaulted on a audio basis. And I was on the lifeboat, tracking lifeboat, and I was on the side, and I was this close to the water because I just couldn't bend anymore. And it still hurts me now. And I said, I'm leaving. I said, I can't do this anymore. I can't. I was going to get a bookstore, second-hand bookstore, leave the maritime industry completely. I found a role ashore. I found people to talk to, and I stayed in the industry. And I'm so glad I did. I am so grateful that I did not do that. And that day, I did not jump. I did not leave the ship. I was going to leave the ship the easy way. I stayed, and it was a hard thing. And I'm still here now. I was doing a hard thing every day. But the industry is more than one company, it's more than one chief officer, it's more than even just going to sea. It is a huge industry with compassion now. We are getting more, and there was then, I just didn't realize it, but there is so much there that's available. And through networks, through the Nautical Institute, sort of navigation, and more or less, whatever you want to do, you have a network of people that are there to support you. So if you are a professional, and if you are doing and you know what the rules are, and you're working with those rules, and you're helping others. Maybe one person might say, no, that's not good, but other people, 3 or 4 will say, oh, he's somebody I want, he's got vision, he is a professional, he's looking. But it may not, it's so hard to manage the situation. Sorry about that, to bring a bit of a downer. But it's, it's a really hard place to be. I'm good. I'm always good. I'm working on it. I'm learning that to be in this role and to be president of this too. One of my biggest things was to get this in the open. Suicide is key. The maritime industry is growing. Actually, I think it was there always, but we didn't know about it. That's the first step. Now we know about it. We can solve a problem once we know about it. If we don't know about it, if we hide it, if we try to pretend everything's okay, it's not, and it will get worse. So, yeah, there's no real easy answer there, but bring it up. We'll see how far I go. I may not share that much, but we'll see. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm a management student. I've been doing it for the past 4 years now. I did start a community to help students out. I would drop out.
Yep. Okay.
So I did my biology and I got into dentistry. Then I dropped out of that.
Yeah, too tough or just too mean to you, or?
No, I didn't see myself.
Okay.
I knew I was built for something else. And over time, I did realize that I have been consciously and subconsciously trying to understand how humans work. And
there's a whole field in maritime industry.
Exactly what I was coming to.
I've got great networks for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ben Brooks, Margarita Stans, Geza Pitoris. These are amazing people. Australia, Erasmus over in Sweden. We've got,
So, ma'am, the thing is, I have noticed, one of the biggest issues, humans are facing today is, other than even coming out, is, the comfortable environment for them to move in. The thing is, most of the, as you said, a lot of issues don't surface. Why? Because there is no premises for it to happen. And the thing is, ma'am, I I did this by experimenting. Perhaps experimenting is a little bad, but like I teach. I take lectures, I take classes for students to help them break out of their shell, come out, be confident. I've been doing it for 4 years now.
Excellent. And you do it here with these students?
Yes, I am helping with currently 2 students with language issues. I am teaching them English and, help them get outside the shell. So the thing is, I am noticing, for the past, I think 2 months, I've been talking to a lot of seafarers.
I'm just gonna check the time and see how we're doing. Just 1 second. Yeah, we got 1 minute.
Yeah, so I was looking into the potential seafarers, and I see, still there is no provision even at a student level for them to be confident about opening up. Let alone that will happen the ship later. So I think a lot of us opening up is a part of our conditioning.
I know.
Classical conditioning, how they say, you ring the bell, you start salivating, something like that. If we are told to constantly suppress our emotions, and we won't ever learn to open up. And ma'am, I want to connect with you on this. Like, whenever you're free, just let me know. I'll take my time to come and meet you. But ma'am, I want to explore this, because you have the right connection.
Yes,
and I feel I can contribute a lot to this industry.
So we're on LinkedIn now. We're on LinkedIn now, aren't we?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we are.
So we'll do that through LinkedIn, I think, because that would be really good.
Because ma'am, I want to do PhD research on organizational behavior. That was my initial idea, and I've been spending a lot of time doing my extra reading. But now I think now that I have got a bit of idea on maritime industry, I think organizational behavior in maritime industry is something that is not being looked into.
There's a little bit happening in little pockets, but I'd love to get a connection, and it's so important that we have that. Very opening up here, we do school video, group of people group together or meet, and it's so important that people are really saying it. Feel safe.
Yeah, I created that once I came to the college. I was like, there's no such provision as such. So I started this group discussion where we can talk about our fears, we open up about a lot of things, personal or professional, both.
And I'm going to do an activity after
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm looking forward to working with you.
Okay, welcome back. Well done on timing. So, I did promise you a few more minutes to finish off your lists. So the music can go off now, thank you. We'll put it back on again in a minute, but off right now, thank you. Music off now. I have the magic fingers. I just say music off and it goes off magically. Great. I hope you had a good break. I hope you talked a little bit with each other about the benefits and the challenges of being human in the maritime industry. I will give you 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes to finish off your lists, okay? I've got the timer on. 3 minutes, and then we'll look at what you come up with in the way of benefits and challenges of being human in the maritime industry. Okay, everybody, that means time is up. Did you hear the bell go? You're probably all looking at your phone. Is that my phone ringing? That was my clock saying that's 2 minutes up. So let's go through, and I'm going to do a pass the mic. So I'm going to stay here and try and type in some of your answers as we go through. And what I'd like to do is we'll pass it around to those who are willing to speak. Don't worry, there will be a time when I'm going to make every table give me an answer. But for this one, I'm just going to pass the mic, and I'd like to look at the challenges first, being a human in the maritime industry. So come and get the mic, and then you can start it off. And then you guys can pass it around yourselves out there. I'm just going to be here.
Okay. So what I've come up with, the first thing, challenges. So I took example from the first activity which we did, where we folded the papers and tore some of the parts of it. So it depicts see, people have different perspectives. So everyone came out with something different. Now the benefit out of it was everyone, maybe you're in a corporate office or somewhere. So people will come out with different ideas. So that is one plus point. That is a benefit. Now the second thing which I have come up with is out of example as well. Maybe you're working somewhere maybe you're in a classroom, maybe you're working somewhere. So and maybe you definitely face challenges, right? So with those challenges, you can gain experience. So what I count is that experience will be your benefit. So yeah, that's 2 points which I'll give.
Excellent. Now the challenge for the experience. I didn't get that one.
The second one, which I said, maybe you're in a classroom, right? You're studying something, you have challenges, you have examinations, and you're stressed out. But through that whole process, when you look back, you gain it as an experience. You learn out of it. So that is what I count as a bonus.
Excellent. Thank you. Who's next?
The one. I just want to put forward some challenges. One of the basic challenges is human error. Human error is one of the basic challenges to the safety of navigation. Then safety of personnel. And also human action is always time consuming, unlike machinery. And some of the benefits is without the analog thinking of human, that is better seamanship practices are required in safe navigation. And also active assessment is also required. Thank you.
That okay? What I have up there, is that good? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good, excellent. Next.
Okay, good morning all. So first challenges are like homesick, long working hours, risk of life because of pirates and all, and politics is always going in the ships like between senior and juniors. And now benefits are good income because we don't need to pay taxes, versatile lifestyle, we can wander around the world without zero cost, and cross culture and diversity. and long holidays since 6 month income and 6 month holidays. So that's the benefit. Thank you.
Next. Hand it around.
So basically in challenges, we can have a communication gap. We can include a communication gap. So as to how the manager, how he is presenting his language to the others and how he is receiving it. So the second one could be the time management. As in maritime industry, there are specific timings in the ship movements, and it should be properly managed, and it's a great challenge in today's industry. And next one is job security. As there are specific professionals and workers and supervisors, and in the field of workers, it could be like they have a sense of job insecurity. That's all.
We'll bring it forward after this one. Bring it forward next. Okay? They had their hand up next. You go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So the challenges are we have to be 24/7 vigilant, and there are chances for uncertain situations to rise. So yeah, and we must be hardworking and always self-motivated as well. And on the benefits, I would like to quote like we can explore and be adventurous, and huge monetary benefits. And the reputation also in society is going to be very high. So yeah, thank you.
The last one, can you say the last one again?
A huge monetary policy benefits, huge monetary benefits, and the reputation.
And then here. So you next, and then bring it forward. Excellent.
The benefits are you could be suffering from periods of seasickness, and which leads to comprising your social life, and also your life is at stake. But at the same time, the benefits are also lucrative to look at because there's so much to look forward to. There is traveling opportunities you get, so you can explore more about the world, and you can learn a lot about life, basically. And it also the benefits are like when you are considered a person of high authority, and that builds respect for you as an individual. That is.
Put your hand up again. You wanted to go next, right? Yep. Put your hand up so they can bring the mic forward.
Good morning, all. Some challenges on the ships are new environmental changes around the ships we can see around, right? And changing technology regulations in new modern ships, we can also see that, right? And also benefits are some better coordination with crew members, right? And disciplined lifestyle, financial freedom, and foreign trade contracts, which decreases in daytime, right? Thank you.
I'm going to ask you, I missed one. Could you do the second one? I got the meeting new people. What was the second one?
Disciplined lifestyle.
Disciplined lifestyle.
Right.
Thank you. Who's next? Anybody? All done? Oh, we got one more in the back there. So you get your exercise.
Good morning, everyone. The one challenge we have noted down is circadian rhythm. Another challenge is analog and digital thinking. And can be added as a benefit. Analog thinking can be added as a benefit also. Critical thinking. And another benefit is understanding human emotions. Human emotions and situations. and adaptability to situations and circumstances. That's all.
That's good. I got a question for you though. Can you explain for those who weren't here before the difference between analog and digital thinking? Because not everyone knows about that because they weren't here on the first day. So the difference between analog and digital thinking.
Digital thinking is more of a computer way of thinking. Like it's already a created path. It will only go on a created path. But on an analog thinking, is different way of thinking. There can be we will find a simpler way, easier way for the task. We would not go on the path that is already taken.
Well done. Well done. And so that was actually from day one. We were talking about technology and digital thinking. So digital thinking, when you're thinking about, we'll get into AI and machine learning, I think that's tomorrow. But when you're thinking about the way computers think, they only think the way they're told to think. Even when they have machine learning, they're learning according to a program that someone has given them. Whereas analog, what we are as humans, we do critical thinking. We come up with ideas that are completely off the wall, that wouldn't be within any programming. But that's where innovation, that's when innovation happens. And again, diversity, equity, and inclusion equals innovation. That's the title I put out there, because it's true. Analog thinking is there. Excellent list, guys. Really well done. I think we've got a pretty good, hopefully I captured pretty much everything that you had. I've got one last, okay? Come get the mic. Okay, you come get the mic because everyone has to hear you.
So now my question is, we say that computers are programmed, but humans are also programmed because of the direct result of their experiences and the surroundings they grew up in.
Yep.
So a kid who has seen divorce is naturally going to be hostile towards relationships. Same goes for, what do you call, a kid who has seen a lot of accidents would think twice before entering a car. So don't you think we are also programmed somehow?
Now that's a good question for the open mic one. You're getting into nature versus nurture concepts, and that is a really big question philosophers have been thinking. Are we programmed, or can we change our programming as we go? So put that aside into the Anchorage area and bring it up during the open mic session. I think I've got 2 questions now for the open mic session. Actually, just write them on a piece of paper and put them on the table here so we don't forget. So I'm going to put that in the Anchorage area. Okay, excellent. I'm just going to save this. There we go. I don't want to lose all your great work. And we're going to move on from the fact that we've gone through the basics of being human. We've looked at Maslow and his main aspects of the hierarchy of needs. We've talked about communication a lot. We've got lots of communication going on, which is great, but please have the communication at the tables when I'm not talking. Excellent. Okay. So let's move on. And we're talking about leaders and followers. And we're going to have a few interesting sessions, I think. Let me just, it helps if I turn it on. Leaders and followers. I'm going to just leave that. Actually, I'm just going to move on right now, I think, before going further. I want you, in your groups, to think about what does it mean to be a leader? So talk about challenges and benefits. We've thought about what it means to be human in the maritime industry. I'm actually just going to pass it right back out to you guys. What does it mean to be a leader? And who is a leader that you look up to? Why? And then make sure there's somebody at your table who will present the results. I'm actually going to pass the mic around to everybody for this because I'd love to know what your leadership styles are. What you think? What does it mean to be a leader? And who is a leader you look up to? Okay, we might get some duplication on this activity. Probably shouldn't take too long. I expect you've thought a lot about leadership. You are future leaders. You are leaders right now in your own right. So what does it mean to be a leader, and what's an example of a leader that you look up to? No more than 5 minutes. Shouldn't take that long. Okay, we've got 1 minute left, so hopefully you're ready. And I will be starting at the back and working forward this time. So that's giving warning to the tables at the back. I'm coming to you first. Okay, that's time, guys. Let's see how you think. What does it mean to be a leader? So you can stop. Hopefully your discussions are completed now. Finish up your discussions. What does it mean to be a leader? And what's a leader that you have discussed that you guys look up to? Okay, I'm starting with this table here. Who's speaking? You get to speak.
Good morning, everyone. So, a leader is someone who inspires passion and motivation in followers. A leader is someone with a vision and path to realizing it. And a leader is someone who ensures their team has support and tools to achieve their goals.
Well done. Did you identify, because I was listening to other people were talking and it was bothering me, I couldn't hear. So who's a leader you aspire to? What's a leader? So the question was, what's the leader that you look up to? And why?
In my opinion, my father is my leader. Because he inspires me. You work hard for us.
He works hard for them. Very well done. Okay, this table next. Someone who hasn't spoken yet, okay?
A leader is someone who understands the potential of his few members. Yeah, and things accordingly to the situation easily. Almost done. So it can.
That's actually wonderfully said, very, very briefly said though. So leadership and someone that you look up to. Now we've got these words coming up like inspire and good. As we get further forward, I'm going to ask you guys to start thinking about really why. What are the traits that they have that makes you think you're a good leader? Now this table, someone hasn't spoken yet. Who's speaking? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So basically, a leader should be someone who is forward-thinking, futuristic. He should make decisions based upon what his perspective of the good outcome. And next one is that he should be punctual and respectful of time, not only his own but of others also. And then he should evaluate and understand human emotion and help them through it on overcoming or even crossing someone against one person. And the other one is that he should be responsible and accountable for the work. These are some of the things that we have noted down. So basically, I can't just say that one person is my leader. I look up to a lot of people, and everybody inspires me on different ways.
Excellent. And this table, who's speaking? You spoke before. Someone hasn't spoken. Okay, who's going to speak? You're all being very shy. Don't be shy.
Good morning, all. A leader is someone who inspires, motivates the followers. The leader needs to understand what is the need of the followers and he will work towards that. He needs to love, he needs to show the followers how to attain the goals. Yeah, Jilian, the way he approaches the people.
Well done. Now I'm going to go back to my ground rules, and that is when one person's talking, everyone else listens. So please, it's getting a little bit loud here. I've had to put my hands up 3 times. So please try and make sure that you're listening. Give them respect. Give the respect to the other people and listen. Please. Please. People are still talking. Okay, that's good.
Good morning, everyone. So, in my opinion, a leader is a person who is at the forefront of a team and he functions towards the betterment of the whole team. He is responsible in his actions and always puts the team first before himself. Earlier, I used to think that I was my own leader, but now that's not the case. I now understand that everyone who is older than me, not older, not necessarily older, who is more experienced than me is a leader for me.
So that's a lot of leaders to look up to. Okay, next group, who's speaking?
So, according to our group, a leader is someone who puts their team first rather than themselves. A leader is someone who makes other leaders from their groups, not just being the leader but making future leader. And one leader which we look up to is Nelson Mandela, because if we see his life, he was never a politician, he was never an opportunist, he was just someone who wanted to improve his people's lives. So that is one leader we look up to.
Well said, thank you very much. And who's speaking here? You've spoken before though. I need someone who hasn't spoken yet. Okay, there you go.
Morning. A leader should be a person who should consider his subordinate and should collect opinions from them while doing it. He should also be a good decision maker, motivator, and should maintain good relationship with his teammates. MS Dhoni, because of his strategies.
Okay, and I want to go here. Who's speaking you?
So, according to our group, a leader is a person who leads a peer and subordinates in the same way by having their ideas and thoughts in consideration, and mainly coming towards that far-sightedness and observe situation analysis. A leader is someone who walks with the pack and in front of them. And to our group, the main the leader we look up to is Surya Chaudhary. Being cool and is a person who reached into the top 3 of the international football. So that's.
Thank you. And so he was something who's a team champion as well. Who's speaking at this group? Good. One of these days, someone's going to say a leader is somebody who does something that she has vision and she is looking forward. So anyway, so we go.
According to our group, a leader is a person who considers the accountability and responsibility of the people who he is working with. He is a person who is good at decision making, managing people, understanding the human psychology, and the leaders are born as well as made because some are born with a certain set of skills which they are good at, but talented. A person I consider as a leader is APJ Abdul Kalam. I consider him as a leader because of his simplicity and empathy towards the people.
Well done, thank you. Who's speaking here? No, you've spoken before. You've spoken before. Someone else needs to speak. Okay.
First, start the difference between a boss and a leader. A boss says you have to do it, and a leader says let's do it. The leader stands with the members and stands in front in failures and stands behind in success. And he respects their own close opinions.
The second one I'll come up with is what is a leader that you look up to? Maybe I'll say myself for the next 10 years, but then you'll come up to me in the next 10 years, I'll say maybe me at 35. I'll say, why do I say that? Because it's a whole process. Like, it's something you chase within the whole time period and you learn. And what I say to the time being, when you grow, just stay humble, grow with peace, and you'll find your purpose.
Thank you. This table.
Good morning, everyone. In our opinion, a leader is someone who has a vision and path to realizing it, and he is someone who inspires passion and motivates his own crew. The leader that I look up to is Ratan Tata. He's the chairman of Tata Group, and due to many of the inventions, our society is upgrading. Like Tata Nano car. It's said that Tata Nano car is he created that car for average people. And at the age of he's in his 80s and he's still working now. He doesn't have any controversies surrounding him in any way.
Good morning, everyone. According to us, the women on this table, a leader is a person who works towards the progress of the followers and the organization without demeaning them and treat them equally, but also make sure that he or she makes the job done assigned and guide them constantly. She should be courageous enough to take the accountability if something goes wrong, but also give the credit to the followers when and if they deserve it. And a leader, according to me, is my 9th standard English teacher because she is a very big reason for what I am today.
Good morning, ma'am. A leader is a person who motivates the subordinates or members for reaching or attaining their goals. For me, a leader that I look up is Mahatma Gandhi. Like he fought for our country and he guided millions of Indians to rise against the oppression of the Vikings.
Good morning, everyone. So in our concept, a leader is the person who encompasses or guides the ability of an individual. He is a positive motivator. He must have a vision and should guide the followers towards his vision. And he must be a good relationship builder. A leader must be consistent, must be authoritative. A leader must also have a positive attitude. Leader should identify who is best for each task. And I consider our former Indian cricketing captain Mahendra Singh Dhoni as a good leader because he is calm, composed, and he makes the best out of every situation that he has to deal with, and use every team member to his fullest potential.
So we saw people saying so many good points related to leader, how a leader should be. If I were to give a perfect example on how a leader should be, we have two great personalities with us here. One is Ms. Jilian and the second is Captain Naveen. The consistency they show towards what they do and what they have been doing in this industry is such an interesting and also innovative ideas. I thank you, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity, and I look forward to another time.
The leader I looked up for past 7 years is that one is Steve Jobs. You know him, like the way he built Apple, what interesting. And the second most, like what I admire is a person, like what I admired him for years is that one interesting personality is Captain Rajesh Soni. Maybe some of them are not knowing him. Like he's a CEO and a director of Synergy Marine Group. Like it is a top-most management company, and he is also from Canberra. Like I admire him a lot because the way he built the company. It's like at the end of the day, the leader is someone who synergizes the people's passion and the profession for the better future.
Okay, that's everyone, right? That's amazing. This is wonderful. The leadership that we have in this room, the visions that you have, can be strange. I have a little video to show you now, but I think you've actually answered all of the items that are on the video. So I'm going to show you a video. I put up the closed captions. I hope I put up the closed captions. In case you have trouble with the accent, it's an American. So it's a video that's been made by a gentleman by the name of David Marquette, who is an ex-submarine commander in the U.S. Navy. And he's done a lot of great work around leadership. So I'm going to let the video run almost to the end. I'm going to stop it just before the end because this is part of his leadership series and he goes away from the maritime industry. But I'm going to watch the video And then let's have a quick chance to get some ideas. So maybe mark down a note or something that it makes you feel when you're watching this video. If you're having trouble at the back, we're going to have the sound as well, but if you're having trouble at the back, you can always just come forward. It's only about 6 minutes long. Now, give me a second to get it up and running. And also, I hope the sound will work. I have these amazing technical people helping me. What's this one? And I hope there's not going to be an ad. You never know. Okay, and my mouse is over here. Go full size. Make sure where's my mouse? Okay, let's give it a try. We'll see how it goes with sound.
I was trained for one submarine, my guys were trained to do what they were told. That's a deadly combination. We all know organizations where people just follow the leader into disastrous situations. So I got my guys together and I said, hey, we got a problem here. I was trained for another submarine. You're trained to do whatever nonsense comes out of my mouth. That's right, Captain. I mean, they knew. They already knew. I was pretty much talking to myself. So then what are we going to do? What are we going to do, guys? And we talked about it. Okay, what I really wanted to do was get ready for the inspection. But we were sitting in the wardroom. We spent a couple hours there talking about it. And we came up with all these different things. And, well, you Captain, you just got to be smarter. You got to give better orders. It's like, well, how am I going to learn a whole nuclear submarine, miles and miles and pipes? Thing. I spent a year learning Olympia, 2 weeks over here. So in a year we'll be safe? That's not going to work. We have to deploy the submarine in 6 months. So we talked about it, and they said, okay, there's only one logical solution. We figured it out. You, they're pointing at me, you, shut up. And I thought about it. And you know what? They're right. So at that point, I vowed never to give another order. And if you came down on my submarine, it would have been very confusing. Because you couldn't have pointed. It would have been hard to say, well, who's the captain here? Because you wouldn't have seen me giving orders. I did retain one order. The final order to launch a weapon, a torpedo or a missile, I kept with me because I felt that since that was going to result in the deaths of other human beings, that I didn't want that on anyone's conscience but mine. That was my moral and ethical responsibility. But even though everything else, in the Navy there's long lists of things that says the captain has to authorize. Captain should authorize. You got a couple nukes in your group, they'll tell you it's true. Captain authorize, submerge the ship, get underway, set up the reactor, shut down the reactor, connect to shore power, divorce from shore power. On and on, break production, on and on and on. Pages of these things. I just refused to give those orders. What we replaced it with was intent. Instead of giving instructions, if you want your people to think, don't give instructions, give intent. So they're telling me, hey, what do you want me to do? Well, let's all order, steady course 255. No! So what are we trying to accomplish here today? Well, we're trying to get in position so that when the enemy submarine comes through, okay, so where do you think we should position the ship? Maybe over here. Good idea, go there. You give intent to them and they give intent to you. So my officer stopped requesting permission. And every other submarine, Captain, request permission to submerge the ship. Submerge the ship. Submerge the ship high! On Santa Fe's, Captain, I intend to submerge the ship. Very well. They did it. And it might seem like it's a very small, nuanced change of language, but it was hugely powerful because the psychological ownership now shifts to them. They need to discover the answer. Otherwise, you're always the answer man. You can never go home and eat dinner. And so we started doing this. And it was hugely powerful. Actually, we went another step. Then I got smarter and I said, when the officer said, Captain, I intend to submerge the ship, I would ask him, well, what do you think I'm thinking right now? And he'd look at me, hard to tell. I'm guessing you're wondering whether it's safe. Bingo! So well, convince me it's safe. The Captain, I intend to submerge the ship. All men out below, hatches are shut, ship's rigged for dive. Check the bottom depth. The submarine's in the water that's been assigned to us. Then then later I would ask them, is it the right thing to do? And they would say, well, yes, sir, because our mission requires that we, and these are the two pillars that I think support this idea of giving control. These are the two pillars that need to be in place. The technical competence, which is represented by, is it safe? And the organizational clarity, which is represented by, is it the right thing to do? And you put those things in place, and then you can give control. You give control, and you put those things in place. And you are off to the races. So think about what's happening now. My officers are starting to think like me, because they have to think like, where should we do this ship? And so the guys below them. Now this took 24 hours to happen. It took a couple years for the full implementation, but immediately there was change. We received another inspection. A year later, we received an inspection. The inspection team gave us the highest grade they had ever seen. Not that year, not in the Pacific, ever seen. Why? I mean, this crew had a cabin with a dummy. It's because that needle started moving up. And on another submarine, there was one guy in charge, one guy giving orders, one guy thinking, and 134 people doing what they're told. I don't care how smart you are. On my submarine, I got 135 thinking, active, passionate, creative, proactive, taking initiative people. It's a tidal wave. You don't stand a chance.
Okay, David Marquette. He actually, is that working? There we go. He actually has a book out as well. It's called Turn That Ship Around. And it's a really good one for especially anyone who works in a command and control environment, like a maritime environment, where we've got a very hierarchical structure. And we think this would never work. This worked in the US Navy, one of the biggest command and control military organizations you've got out there. And they are looking at leadership styles, where every one of you is a leader in your own right. So what are some of the key things that you found from that video? What are a couple of things that came out from that video from you? Any key concepts? What's that? Oh, clarity and competence. Yes, clarity and competence. Really, really important. So competence is the fact that you know what you need to do. Clarity is know that you have the authority to do it. So you've got that concept, and you can think for yourself for that. Yes. You have one as well, I think.
Decentralization.
Decentralization. So putting down giving everyone the idea of where the control is. So you're giving control, but you're giving control in a manner, not, he goes on to have a thing, if you're thinking about people running in different directions, you've got the wrong picture. You're giving control with that clarity and competence. So you're giving control in an environment where people actually have the skills to do it. Did anybody have any other points that came out? Yes?
Stop requesting permissions. We have different opinions, so to stop requesting permissions. And the second thing is to do something. The ethical value which was mentioned there was to do something with people's consciousness.
And so that also comes back to the one command he said he kept, which was to launch a missile or to actually do something that might kill people, and ethical and moral responsibility. So you're thinking about where does that ethical and moral responsibility live. Anybody get anything else out of that video? Yes?
So the idea that I got it, don't use your own brain and use the others' brains too, so that you can get a clarity, get a greater idea of defeat. In idea, if you are in submarines that is defeating the other country, the other enemies. So using all their brains, you can get a greater idea to have a victory.
So well said. So using everyone's brain, thinking. It doesn't actually have like a marionette. We aren't marionettes, we're thinking, and we're able to work together. Yes?
Psychological ownership.
Yes. What is psychological ownership? It's a really good term. We talk about psychological safety. What's psychological ownership? You want to go a bit further on that? What does it mean to you, psychological ownership? Think about it. Good one. Keep going. Psychological ownership, what does that mean? Psychological ownership.
Give your own ideas, right?
Yeah. Give your own ideas. So think about things yourself. Don't just do what you're being told to do. Think about, is it the right thing to do? Is it the thing that is supposed to be happening? Are you in the right water? Have you got all the people below deck? That your concept, yes.
Good morning, Yulo. Actually, it's a kind of question only. Like in the video that Captain mentioned that everyone is started to think like him. If everyone is having the same perspective, it will be like a human error. If the captain is all having a human error, then everyone 135 people will having the same error. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think that if you watch the whole video, it goes a little bit beyond that. I did cut a bit short. So he's got people who are thinking like a captain, not necessarily thinking like him. So they're thinking with that same concept of questioning, what am I doing? How am I doing it? Is it the right thing to do? So they're thinking like him in the manner of thinking like a captain, but with their own ideas. It is. So they're all individuals with their own ideas. Yes?
I support decentralization, but my question is, to what extent can we decentralize? I want to know your opinion.
And it's not just decentralization. So to what extent? You need to, we're going to get into that a little bit later actually, so it's interesting. You need to ensure that when you are giving that control, when you are providing that control, people are ready to take it. And so that comes back to the competence and to that clarity. So ultimately, each one of you will be thinking like a captain or thinking like a manager or CEO, managing a company. That will be where you're aiming to be. But you need to be trained. You need to have that competence. You need that professional aspect. Remember our 5 E's, the education, the examination, the ethics, the entity, belonging to an entity. So you have an opportunity then to sort of build your competence and your clarity so you can move up. So it's not just decentralization, but yeah. Okay, so that's a little bit of a video. I have one more video before lunch that we're going to do, but not yet. Let me see. What time's lunch again? I keep losing this. 12:15? 12:08. Okay, we got time. Good. 1 second. I'm going to close that one down. I've given you the link for the video as well, and if you want to look him up, he's got a much longer video, which is really worthwhile looking at. So let's define leadership. I like this. Oh, come on, mouse, go away. Go away. Okay. So let's define leadership, and it's still there. Why is it still there? How do I get rid of that? Thank you, guys. Okay, fix that. Giving somebody else the capacity to solve their own problems. I think that's basically at the essence what all of you have said that leadership is. It is providing that environment where people can succeed. So you're meeting the mission, if you want to go into the David Marquette terminology, you're meeting that goal that you need to get to, but you're giving them the capacity to solve their own problems by getting them to explore their own situation. And so from a leadership point of view, we have opportunities at all levels. And that brings me to followership. So we talked about leadership, we talked about a little bit about followers. I'm going to show a video, which is a bit funny, but could get you in a good mood. And then we have one very quick activity before lunchtime, so I think you should look. I've got a little video, you might have seen it. Have you heard of the leadership lesson from the shirtless dancing guy? Has anybody seen this one on YouTube? Okay, I'm watching it on YouTube. It's really bad video. It's very shaky, so it's really hard to see. But it's kind of fun, and it's been put together, and you'll see. Let me just pull it up. Get my mouse over. Here he is. And I'm hoping that there won't be an ad. Okay, from Derek Sivers.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons.
Can you put the volume up a bit, please?
Of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone in the movement. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling you his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out, you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point, and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. And over the next minute, you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'll be ridiculed for not enjoying it. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is over-glorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
What do you think of that? The shirtless dancing guy. He's pretty famous. I have a feeling he must have a really bad burn. Have you guys gone to music festivals? Yeah, some really fun stuff. Have you seen something like that happen, a movement like that? One person dancing, then 2, then 3, and then everybody comes in. So this idea of leadership, being a follower, is really, really critical. You don't have a leader without a follower. And what are the roles and what are the goals of followership? So that is our next question, of course. And now I'm going to pass it over to you guys. I want you to discuss leaders and followers and come up with at least 3 characteristics of leaders. So we've sort of gotten there already. Those traits, the reason why you have that leader. So what are actual characteristics of a leader? Things that you expect them to do. And characteristics of followers. And then identify somebody at the table to provide your response, somebody different. And I'll be making a little mind map on this one this time. So we want leaders and followers. And a hint, a follower isn't just somebody who takes orders. If you haven't figured that one out by now with those videos, followers are just as important as leaders. So think about the skill set for a follower. I'm going to give you, so actually I've been told lunch is actually at 12:45, not 12:15, so we're doing really well on time. So I don't have to rush this activity. We'll put it out there. I'll check in with you in about 6 minutes and see how you're doing. You can get a little bit more time after that, but I think it should be pretty good, should be pretty quick. 3 traits of leaders and 3 traits or characteristics of followers. Over to you guys. I know you were there. You caught me looking at it. Like the sugar stand you have. Like the sugar. So really love it. Thanks, Mom. Good focus. Do you do this at home? It's a really great one. And see, when you go to see, you have opportunities of so beautiful. Yeah. And not just because for the competition, so yes, it's so greatly that's yeah, absolutely. Well, and good online. Okay, we're up to 30 seconds. I hope you guys are almost done. There's 30 seconds left. Yes, you may. Okay, that's time. So let's go. Oops, turn that off. Thank you very much. Shut that off. Let's get your ideas on leaders and followers. Again, I'm going to stay up here and type while you guys talk, so you get to hang the mic around. That way. There we go. Leaders and followers. Who wants to go first? Leaders and followers. The mic's here. Come get it.
So, three characteristics of a leader should be: first, you should be good in decision making. The second, understand the challenges and do the needful, and he should be responsible. Third, transparency and should be ready to take the feedback and act accordingly.
Got it? Keep going. Oh no, he's got more to go. And for the followers, yeah?
Yes, he should have a psychological ownership. Second, he should have the guts to question to the leaders. And the third, he should have a good interpersonal skills.
Yes, I'll clap too. It's just it took me a few seconds to type. So this one, and then after they're done, they go all the way to the back, to the table back there.
Okay, so first, the qualities of a leader. She should be patient and she should trust the followers, and because she's a professional. And secondly, she should embrace the followers as equals, and make sure, third one is, make sure that there's no miscommunication or any gap. And for the followers I have, they should
Slow down. I'm trying to catch up. You're faster than me. As equals, I got that one, okay. Embrace as equals, the third one was?
And making sure that there's no communication there.
Yep.
And for the followers I have, they should follow what the leader says, but we don't always get a perfect leader for us. So they should have their own POV, that is point of view as well. And if anything is going wrong, they should raise their voice without creating any conflict. And they should respect the leader and participate in the change-making process, and trusting the leader enough to know that she's a professional. And there should be ego management for the followers, as they are the one who have to follow the leader in first place. And they, as followers, from followers' perspective, should motivate other followers, and she should be an active listener to the leader.
Excellent.
Good morning all. I like to say about leader. Leader should be aware that he is also a common man, and he should not be ego about he's the only leader. He or his followers' emotion, he should understand it. And there should be a good interaction with the team members about sharing their ideas. Even though if he is having a poor squad or weak squad, he should train his followers and let them be a successful team of squad. And even though I like to consider that everyone is not perfect, so if they try to hard work, they can also become a leader. Thank you.
I missed the followers. What are the followers doing? Oh, okay. So that's good. Thank you.
Being a follower must have a courage to follow the path of the leader, and the follower must be also very supportive. And
the follower should be creative, and he should suggest innovative ideas. Effective follower should be diligent.
Over here now. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone else got it first. Yeah. Go for it.
Good morning. A follower should be courageous, very loyal to his leader, and he should manage his emotion and ego.
Followers should also be ready to stand up, and first follower is the spark. And three characteristics of a leader is should be visionary, busy, and should nurture the followers.
We'll get to you yet.
A leader stays motivated by compassion. He should have a sympathetic and emotional approach. A leader should see potential instead of perfection. He should earn his followers' trust and responsibility of accountability. The basic characteristics of followers are: he should be loyal, humility, he should be work ethic, courage, and he should know how to manage his ego. And as Matt said, he or she should be an active listener.
Morning again. From my perspective, it's like leader and follower. They are not separate. Like a leader wants a follower also, a good follower and a good leader. So according to me, both have the same perspective. If a good follower, he can become a good leader. So as a leader, like he's having some transparency and ethics. We need to follow the organization ethic, you know. So for me, my perspective, followers and good followers can become a good leader. So on this table, we have a rather separate diagram of how leadership and followership goes along. So I think like all of us are focusing on different characteristics and not looking at something that's very basic to humans, right? And that is both leaders and followers should have accountability. Leaders should be accountable for the decisions they make, but followers should take accountability for the actions they take under the guidance of the leader. The second point is willingness to act. Leaders should have the willingness to act based on any situation, but leader can't act alone unless his followers are also acting. And the third part is ethics and code of conduct. There should be a common ground of code of conduct and ethics for the people in the group. For example, if the leader asks you to fire a missile, but if you guys aren't ready to do so, you guys should come into a consensus and act upon it. So I believe that leaders are the spark that start a flame, but without the flame burning, sparks won't reignite itself. Thank you.
The lead or basic characteristics of leader according to us is he should be accountable, empathetic, and should be very well goes in decision making. That is decisiveness. And for followers, it is basically work ethics, teamwork, and active listening. So a leader can't be a leader can't be a leader without his own people. That is his followers. So the leader is someone who has built himself through his experiences, through his personal experiences and due diligence and knowledge, and if he's able to apply it towards his work ethic, towards his people, he can like make his people unleash that or make their people unleash their true potential. That is the leader for me. Working together and being there for his people, for his team, like a true friend, that is a leader. And also, like some in certain organizations or if an entrepreneur is like, some people ask this question like, why do you want to be a leader? Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? They are like, I want to work for myself. I don't want to work for anyone or something. What I believe is you guys have to work for someone. You have to understand that knowledge. You have to experience this, and only once you can grasp that, only once you grasp that all of this, can you apply it to certain organizations or anything, any idea you're working with. So you have to work for someone doesn't mean it's like being a follower. It is just being for themselves as a team and working on a plan or idea. So that is a leader, and so it goes with the follower. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other ideas for leaders and followers? Yes, there's a table back there.
Characteristics of a leader: he must be empathetic,
he should be able to think from the followers' perspective. He should be welcoming and inclusive. That means we need to include everyone. And his mindset would be like he should be down to earth. And characteristics of the followers must be, they should be in his faith, and they should be able to trust the leaders' commands and his decisions, and they should be obedient.
You did wrong. There we go. Anyone left? Is that it? Or have we exhausted them? Oh, super. Okay.
For us, the followers should be committed to the organization and their purpose, and they should be courageous, modest, and credible, and should be able to manage themselves.
Hello. For us, the characteristics of the leader should be that, as we saw from the video, a leader should be confident enough to ignite that spark. He shouldn't be egoistic, like he should respect his followers' opinions also, and he should have integrity in whatever command he takes.
And I think,
First of all, for leader, he should have a conflict resolving power. That is, any conflict comes between the followers, he should be the one to resolve that. And next, he should be open-minded and should have a creative mind. And next, at the last but not the least, he should have a great vision to lead his team to a better successful goal. And for the followers, they should have an active listening power and an adaptability to adjust with the whatever the leader says, but they should have a good judgment skill whether the leader is saying the correct thing or making a good judgment.
and I think there was one over here. Oh, first off, Captain Vinod. Yes.
So I'll put it as a question, since we have been talking about leaders and followers. What is your opinion? Should the leader follow the followers? Yes. Should the leader follow the followers? Okay, some were yes, some had different feedback. Depending on, we should listen. Okay. And second question is, should the leader just ignore the followers?
That's an easy one.
That's easy one. Okay, so I'll give you two realistic examples, because it's not a it's not a small topic that we're discussing. It's a huge topic. It's a huge topic, right? And I don't think I can put it to it without putting a value. So I'm going to put a value. So this incident, which happened on a ship, where the captain of the ship followed the followers and went wrong, and went terribly wrong. Can you put a value to the loss? It was about 1,000 million. That's about 1 billion for following the followers. And this is an incident which happened on a ship called Wakashio of Mauritius. If you have heard it, the ship is no more. Okay, what was the captain? What did the captain do? Everybody wanted to catch the mobile signal, so he just followed them. He went close to the coast, and the ship ran aground. It broke into two pieces. It spilled a lot of oil, and the ship sank. So that's the cost. That's the cost, 1 billion. And then the second incident, the captain did not follow what the follower wanted. And the cost was even more. It was 2,000 million, 2 billion. That's not small things that we're talking about. And the second incident is the incident on Costa Concordia. So what happened? I think one of them raised the point that the follower need to raise your voice if the leader doesn't listen. You need to raise your voice, or the leader is doing something wrong. And that's what happened in this case. The Italian captain of the ship took the ship closer to land, to probably, they say, to take some pictures, and the ship couldn't turn back. So it got stuck, it hit the rock, then it listed, and finally it capsized. So it was lying upside down. And in this case, few people lost their life also because they couldn't leave the ship. So the ship is lying capsized. So first thing is they need to upright the ship, put it back, right? That cost about 100 million just to upright the ship. And then they found the ship was of no use. But you can't leave it over there. So you have to be towed to somewhere to scrap. So it cost about 2 billion. And the thing was, when somebody had taken a decision to take the ship into a danger, there was nobody who stopped him. Actually, nobody raised their voice. So I had a couple of people there, the followers, raised the voice. Probably that would have made the leader to rethink. Right, so I'm just putting a cost. 1 billion, 2 billion is not a small money. It was an error in decision making. It was an error in this leadership follower relationship that we're talking. So it's not a small little topic. Both as somebody was mentioning, yes, the leader is supposed to take an opinion and then take a decision. Why do we need leader? Because we need somebody to take a decision. And if that decision is not correct, there should be a follower who should say that. Challenge, in American terms, they use the word challenge, because we don't use that, but they say challenge the decision. Am I right?
Challenge and response, yes.
Challenge and response.
Yep.
So this is a very, very important topic, actually, what Jilian has brought up today. In fact, I found that in almost all maritime course curriculum, which has been made, especially under the DG shipping and seafaring, they have included this topic of leadership and followers in almost every course. You can see the importance of it.
Oh, here, I'll say it. I'll say it. And that's really one of the interesting things. So leadership and followership are really critical. And as young officers or young people working in an organization in maritime management or on a ship, you have a right, you have to speak up. And you also have to learn. So it's both that level of leadership and followership. And thank you for putting some value figures to that. It's really interesting. There's a course that I took with Nipin Anand, and he compares the airplane that landed in the river in Chicago, Captain Sully. They made a movie out of it. He was made into a hero. And it happened around the same time as the Costa Concordia, and Captain Geppetto has been made into a villain. And so it's really interesting about how we look at leadership and followership and the end results. I'm going to leave it there because I think we've got some more. One last one. I think you've got some ideas for leadership, followership. Yes, please. Take the mic.
So leader is someone who takes the first step and someone who acknowledges the follower. He is someone who is ambitious, visionary, and self-reliant. So coming to followers, follower is someone who is an active listener, who follows the ideology of the leader, and who has the ability to accomplish goals under the leader's direction.
Okay, I think I've caught up with you almost. Okay, we created a little mind map here, and I will give you a copy of this mind map about all of it. I need to tidy it up a bit. I've been keeping it up on it. I've had to make it smaller and smaller because the list got bigger and bigger. All right, that's that. And the space. There we go. Okay, So we've got a fantastic list here of leaders and followers. It's actually Adipoli. I snuck it in. I'm learning a little bit, very slowly. I take the mic down just for a second. I'm sorry, because I can't do, I need two hands. So look at this amazing list. These are leaders. Decision-making, responsible, transparency, patient, embrace followers, good communication, not egotistic. Understand the issues that the followers have. Help share ideas, nurture. Stays motivated by compassion, sympathetic, empathetic, I think we spoke about as well. I'm going to put that in there. Empathetic. See potential, not perfection. Isn't that wonderful? I have another whole session now. Yes, pop that one. It's important. Really, really critical. Progress, not perfection. And I actually have an entire lecture on that concept of progress and not perfection. We tend to think we need to be perfect before we can do something. Someone needs to see the potential in this, not the perfection in us. I love those. Those are great. Earn trust and authority. Needs followers. Yeah, you can't be a leader on your own. It's very lonely. Build on and apply experiences. A safe environment for work. Support and speak up there. Work for something. Have a vision. Share the vision. Be able to communicate that vision. Down to earth. Humility. Conflict resolution, a skill in its own. Open-minded, creative. Be willing to take the first step and acknowledge the followers. So you've got a great list of traits of leadership. The last time we looked at this, you're having a really hard time coming up with them. So you've got a huge list of leaders. Followers, some similar skills actually. Psychological ownership, interpersonal skills. Yes, of course you have to follow someone. Have your own point of view. Be willing to speak it up. Motivate others' followers. Active listener. Actually, you should put that up in leadership too. Active listening. Really listening to understand. Don't listen to hear. Don't listen to what you think you heard. Actually listen to understand. Courage to question. Being supportive, creative, courageous, loyal. I will fix that. Manage emotions and ego. Ready to stand up. Be the spark. And actually have an image coming. I'll get it after lunch. Humility, work ethic, inquisitive, obedient. Yeah, obedience in there. Yeah, because you've got to follow instructions. Yeah. Credible. Active reasoning powers. So you can be obedient, but not to the point that it's stupid. Oh, my battery's running low. Am I not plugged in? Someone's supposed to plug me in. Okay, I should be plugged in. I'll check that in a minute. That's good. Accomplish goals, and there we go, good judgment skills. So you've got a fantastic list of leaders and followers, and I've just saved that, which is really good. Leadership's from the dancing guy. Just 1 second, I am plugged in. So IT people, can you help me? It said my battery was running low. Is there a problem with the PowerPoint here or something? It said my battery is running low, but I am plugged in. So while they sort that out, that's why I've got followers. But just check and make sure it's actually plugged in. There we go. Hopefully that's going to work. Fingers crossed. Okay. So leaders and followers. We have now. Oh, it's 12:45. Right on time. But I want to do just a little bit more because I changed. I thought I had a little extra time. Let me get my mouse over here. I want to think a little bit about teamwork because Captain Bennett was bringing that forward. We've got leaders, we've got followers, and we work within a team. And when we come back after lunch, because it is lunchtime right now, we're going to do this after lunch, we're going to talk about teamwork and how the leadership and the followership teams work together. It is 12:45 right now. That is the correct time for lunch, is that not right? I am right on time. It's exciting. Actually, I'm a little bit behind time, that's okay. We'll catch up. Go for lunch now. It is 45 minutes for lunch. If it's 12:45 and it's 45 minutes for lunch, what time do we start again? So what time do you need to be here? 13:28. Okay, we'll see you then. Have a great lunch. I'm going to get to the same sheet more often. And it's really hard for us because we say he because it's all in words. So we've got to say she more. I'm going to try and say she more too. So you catch me up. If I say he, make me say she. Did you email that to me yet? Or can you email it?
I sent it on your LinkedIn.
On my LinkedIn. Okay, great. Let me go grab it.
Go through this.
Yeah, let me go grab it. I am online. I go to my LinkedIn. I don't know. It's whatever they give me. There you are. Excellent. Okay, I've got it. I will copy, save image as. And this is leaders and followers. I was really kind of hoping we get a lot more links in between that were similar. We did get some though. Because leaders and followers, you're right, they're the same. We have our own role to play.
Mistake, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If you are demanded to be a leader, you will become a leader in specific circumstances. But every leader has to follow to understand how the chain of command works.
And there's another video which I'm not showing, Simon Sinek, you might want to look it up.
I know Sinek.
Okay, yeah, so he's got a great video about leadership and followership, and every leader is a follower. There we go, I'm saving that. And I will pop that into the presentation now. I think it should be there. There it is, excellent. Okay, I've got it.
If you want, I can just explain it.
Okay.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, it's pretty self-explanatory, yep.
Yeah, so I've just the thing is I've categorized most of the actions, first being accountability. So if leaders are accountable to make decisions, followers are accountable to take the action at the same time.
Yeah.
Second is willingness to act, because you need that spark to actually ignite, get the work done. And followers should have the willingness to act based on the instructions that is given.
Yeah.
And then ethics and code of conduct, ethics being the emotional side of it and code of conduct being the technical side of it.
And it links back to professionalism with ethics and code of conduct and education.
And all of this is regulated with technical and soft skills. That's why I've given this.
So you need to put your name on this.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a great little model that you've drawn here. So you need to put your name on this and develop a paper around it to publish. Send it to the Nautical Institute.
Yeah, fine.
Put it in Seaways.
I can do that.
That would be really cool. I think we've got a Seaways article coming here. Isn't this great? He's done this during the course. It's a really great model there from leaders and followers. It's the areas of commonality, the sparks and the flame, keep it going. Instructions based on collected feedback, so it's the whole loop is there, that you've got that questioning concept. I really like it. Pretty cool.
What is willingness to act? What do you mean?
So willingness to act is, so let's say classic example, there's a fire. The leader has to take should have the willingness to extinguish it. But at the same time, the follower should also be willing to act along with the leader to get that task done.
Or the follower should actually also be able, so I had a fire on a ship. I was a third mate. I took the fire extinguisher. I put the fire out as third mate. I'm not a leader, I'm a follower, but I knew what I had to do.
Exactly.
So so that's that willingness to act. As a follower, I was willing to act as well as a leader.
It's required for both of them.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Both of them.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to the concept of group thinking, at the same time individuality. So unless and until we know our responsibilities and actions as an individual, we won't be able to understand what the instructions or the roles are that are being assigned to us by the leader.
I'm just going to pop it up. We'll put it up first thing after lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that will fit right into the next activity as well. Let me just add that in.
So now how long do you think I should work on the paper? Because in that case,
Well, I think you're pretty well close to it anyways. What you can do is, as we'll work on it together, and I'll publish it under your name. Are you a member of the NI?
Ma'am, I did submit my application. It's
Excellent.
under
Okay,
process.
good. So you can do it under your own name, but I'll help you put it together if you want.
Sure, ma'am, I can do that. Because I have never worked on a paper as such, but I am working on a couple of different things.
Yeah.
So this is one of those, I have a couple of other, diagrams which I've made myself.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like this one. This is very cool. Okay, so I've got it in there for after lunch. We'll pop it up and then we'll go back into our teamwork because it will link into teamwork and into flow theory, Mihachi Hesmihai,
Yes.
name, and then into skill versus will, and then we have result activity. Okay. That was going to be right after lunch because we were going to be there, but I think I might move that. Actually, I think what we'll do is just before we get into teamwork, before we do that, I might get their heads working around. No, I'm going to leave it there. We'll do it there. Yeah. Good. Excellent. Okay. I am a oui. Merci.
See you around.
See you. Yes, I'll see you after lunch. I've got to go and eat. Let's close this all down. I'm going to go back here. There we go. Okay. It's our lunchtime.
Yeah.
Great example.
ये टेक्नोलॉजी है कि फिर आई थिंक ये ज्यादा 99.9% चॉइस के नहीं हो जैसे एक ही था हाँ तो चलाए इन्होंने पर तुम ये सोच लो यार कि तुम लोग कैसे पर्टिकुलर सेटअप किया स्कूल कर लो अरे जैको बोला जय फोटो खींचते मेरे कैमरा अच्छा है अच्छा ही है तो देखिए मुझे आप लोग कुछ बोलना है यू कैसे होता है वो ना पेपर ऐसे कौन एक टाइप पे ये ऐसे होता है एक टाइप पे ऐसे ये कौन मैं रूम में हूँ हाँ
Third year. I don't know. And the next third year? Yeah. Oh. That's the way. Parents are doing
And the last question. No, like let's begin. Not take my
आपने छोटा फैक्ट्री हाँ यार लाइव बहुत अच्छा है इधर जो मेरे घर पे बैठे हैं यार तुमने सही बताया
That's okay. Okay, it's time to get going. Where's everybody? Okay, welcome back. I think it's time to get started. We're missing some people. They better get here soon. I'm even missing my IT support. That's okay. Let me just do a couple of little switches here. So it's going to take a couple of seconds for that projector to warm up. I'm hoping everyone's going to come back. I did say 28 after. I'm going to get you guys to do a cleanup on your desks too, because we made a bit of a mess. So if you could pick everything up off your desks and find the garbage. Where's the garbage can here? Where's the garbage can? That's a good question. We need a garbage can. Or, let's see if we can find something here. A second, we can do something. We have the technology.
All the garbage.
Yeah. Just take it to the other desk.
Here, take mine. Okay, lunchtime is over. Get back here. Tell everybody to come in. If you're messaging them, tell them that we're starting. We're doing a bit of a tidy up of our desks as we go. There's an envelope coming around. Throw all your garbage in that envelope, please. The envelope, please. Okay. Let's get going. I think we have people at every desk. We'll get started because I have an activity for you to get your brains going. What time is it right now? How is our circadian rhythm going? Are we on the dip? So between 1 and 9, where are you guys right now? 7? Pretty relaxed? Yeah, not really awake, not alert. We're going to try and bring you up to at least a 3, maybe a 2. We're going to have some activity before we get going on the next part of the session. That means I have a sheet, and I would like, could you please deliver 1 per table? Turn it upside down. Nobody can look at it yet. 1 sheet per table, turn it upside down. Very good. Excellent. Thank you. We're talking about being human. We're talking about communication. And I'm going to have an activity, and I will explain it to you, and you must keep your eyes open for this one. You won't be able to do it with your eyes closed. In fact, you might not be able to do it with your eyes open. You never know. I'll wait till the tables all have 1. Don't turn it over yet. No, don't turn it over yet. Are you taking a pee? Let's see you take a pee. Sorry, don't turn it over yet. 1 per table. Oh, they got 1? Yeah. 1 per table. You have to do it in teams. If you're the only one on your table, you might have to move somewhere else. Hopefully they'll come back soon. Good, okay, they're there, super. And, yeah. So if you're the only one on your table, you might want to join another table, because it's easier to do this with somebody. Yep, okay, thank you very much. And you have 1 too. Okay, what you have there on the table in front of you is called a wuzzle. Isn't that a fun name? I love wuzzle. It's a word puzzle. And it's going to make you think. It's sometimes not the easiest to do. It makes you think a little bit differently. We've been doing that already all day. But let's take a look at this wuzzle. Are you ready? Okay, you can turn it over now. So these are puzzles. You've got to figure out what it says, what it means. They look kind of funny, don't they? I'll give you the first one. I'll give you the first one. I feel left out. I feel left out. Because I feel is on the left side of the box, but it's outside of the box. So I feel left out. I feel down is kind of cool, but then how would that be on the left side of the box and outside of the box? So I feel left out. That's the first one. Okay, go and see how many more you can get in your table. You get the idea? I feel left out. You look at words and the box, the position, the size, everything matters within this exercise. So see what you can get. See how many you can get in 10 minutes. Timer, come. So I feel written to the left of the box, but it's outside the box. Okay, so what do you think? The size of the letters, are they small or big? Okay. And how is it worded? Right to left, up to down, down to up. Big let. The words
Left
are.
down.
Ah, there you go, you got it. Keep going. So right then. See, have you got one? Yeah, got that one. Great. Excellent. Right. No, sit. Sit. Go sit in the corner. Okay, that's good. Go sit in the corner. Angry over what? We don't know. Because angry is over nothing. Yeah. We over nothing. What was missing? Missing on spot. How you doing? Excellent. Write it down. I gotta take my time. You guys said it all? Two others? Keep going. I think you got a bit more time. Let's see. Oh my goodness! I have 18 seconds left. Has anybody got them all yet? Yesterday we had 2 teams got them all in 10 minutes. Just to let you know. But they were different ones. Should I give you a couple more minutes? Okay, I'll give you 2 more minutes. Okay, 2 more minutes, guys. And gals. 2. Timer set for 2 more minutes. Okay, got another one yet? See, this one's really, it's really straightforward. Think of how the words are put together. What are the words? Where's difference sitting? What difference is between? Okay, so you got that one. This was the top one, right?
That's right.
Is it hard?
Oh, yeah, that was all right.
Okay, how do you guys do? You got this, yeah. Better. Bell. How would they position? So, and plus down is down. And then how big of the big one? How many? 8. Still missing one. There's a reason why I put a timer on. Okay, 2 minutes is up. Where did the 2 minutes fly to? Let me end that. Okay, anybody get them all? Okay, you think you got them all? And we got one back there. Okay, 1 second before I go to the answers, I'm going to see how they did. Let's see. That's right. That's right. Not really right, but we'll talk about that. Excellent. Oh, that's interesting. What's missing? So, no and. Ah, okay, not quite there all. Okay, I've got one table back here. Then here we got them all. What do we got? What do we have? Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that one. Yep, yep. Not quite, but it's really cool. So we'll talk about that one too. You think you got them all? I don't see them all. Oh, here they are. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I like that one, but it's not the right one. But yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Very cool. Not exactly what they had on the answers, but some really interesting responses, which might not necessarily be wrong. Who else had their hand up? Who else had their hand up? Which table? I think you guys had your hand up first, didn't you? Let's see. That's really cool. Not quite there yet. Really cool. Good answers though. Because sometimes in yes. Yes, so incomplete site, which means yes. Yeah, we'll go to that. Okay, I don't think anyone's going to get them all exactly right. Yes. We got some great responses. Okay, I've got one more on my way forward. We'll take a look. Let's see. So good. Actually, that's kind of a cool one too. Okay, let's go take a look and see what the answers actually are. So nobody got actually the answers that were provided, but we got some really cool answers. And I'm willing to accept some of them. So I think probably most people got. We'll take a look at them. So it's a big letdown is the middle one, because let is going down and the letters are big. A big letdown. Now this one is a tough one. It's missing the T. So sight is missing the T. That means there's no end. It's not ended. So there's no end in sight. So I think that's really cool, but I think some people had some other really neat ones for that. So some people called it foresight. And is that because, I'm not sure how I get foresight out of this, 4 letters or? 4 would be, yeah. I don't quite see it there. I think someone else had another one. Was it Psi? Somebody had another one? What's that? Sit upright. Oh, so this one here is actually sit in the corner. Because, you know, somebody does something bad on your team, hopefully as a good leader, you won't tell them to go sit in the corner. You might tell your dog to go sit in the corner sometime if they misbehave. Sit upright. It's sitting and it's up is to the right. So I'll take that one. Yeah, okay. It's sitting, it's up and to the right. No end in sight. Somebody had a cool one for Psi, though it was incomplete sight. So you don't have the vision. Psi in the field or Psi in, what was it called? Psi in the middle of nowhere, which I thought was a really ingenious response to, because it's the word Psi and it's sort of in the middle of the box with nothing else around it. Sit in the corner. I'll take sit upright as well. Angry over nothing. Because it's angry with that bar, like mathematics, and there's nothing underneath it. So don't get angry over nothing. I think the last one was one of the easiest ones. The differences between right and wrong. Okay, those are called puzzles. Hopefully your brains are now awake again. Now if I was to ask you, what are you at? What level? Between 1 and 9. Are you still 7? Are you still 7? Please don't be 7. Are you more alert?
Maybe a 5.
Maybe a 5? Okay, that's good. That's a good sight. So keep your brains, I've got a 3 out there. Get your brains working in a different way. So that gives us the opportunity to get into our afternoon. Now, at the end, we had a couple of leftover bits to clean up from our discussion on leaders, and including this really cool diagram. So I'm going to pass over the mic to our cool diagram that was developed during the session.
Thank you, ma'am. So, guys, is the diagram clear? Like, is it visible to all of you? Because in that case, I'll be reading it out. Yeah. So, I have established a relationship between leaders and followers. So, the thing is, most of us have this very generic idea of what leaders and followers are. And since childhood, we are taught that leader leads and follower follows. That raises a question that do followers have their own set of thoughts, or are they accountable for their actions? And this is a diagram that will explain that to you. So basically, I believe leaders and followers have basically the same skill set. It is the demand characteristic that makes the difference. So demand characteristic is basically acting upon the situation. That is what the definition of demand characteristic is. So it says that a leader should have accountability, willingness to act, ethics and code of conduct. But the follower should also have the same. Now I will explain it to you with a classical example. Let's say there is a fire, right? Now a leader's decision making, the leader's priority role is to take the accountability for the incident. And that is, he takes accountability of the decisions where he asks his followers to get rid of the fire. Now,
It is the follower's responsibility to get rid of the fire, and he is taking accountability for that action. So that way, leaders and followers have the characteristic of accountability. Number 2, willingness to act. A leader should take decisions based on the situation. If we are going through a crisis, we expect a leader to take the decisions and help other followers out. But a leader is nothing without his followers, and the followers should also be equally ready to take the actions just as the leader should be. And the third is very basic, as it says, ethics and code of conduct. So a leader should follow ethical practices where he understands each and every single team member or his follower. But the followers should also respect the boundaries of the fellow teammates and the boundaries of the leader. Now, as you can see, there's a blue circle. It says that it is regulated with the help of technical and soft skills. So this is where professionalism comes in. Professionalism isn't just limited to the leader. Professionalism should also be followed by the follower. Yeah, so that can only be done if there is enough technical and soft skill knowledge. Technical, why? Because you should know the know-how, how things are. And soft skills, because without soft skills you can't communicate. Yeah, and then you can see there's a cyclical diagram that's happening over there. So it says that instructions based on the collected feedback, right? So let's say XYZ is the instructions that is given to the followers, but followers perform their task and they did face a couple of issues. For example, we would be asked to do some project, or, we'd be asked by our friends to go get dinner, and I'll be like, oh, you know what? I don't have fuel in my car, so that was a feedback. Now I have to think of another plan to send him to go get the food because I'm lazy. Yeah, I don't ask all leaders to be lazy. You guys should take responsibility. But the thing is, again, so there is the feedback that is taken from the given instruction, and then the instruction should be modified based on the feedback. And that is the summary of the diagram. We can see over there, sparks ignite the flame. So spark being the leader, followers being the flame. But you should constantly need to add, there should be constant sparks to keep the flame going, because if the sparks end, there's no flame. And if the flames end, there's no sparks. Thank you.
Very cool, thank you. A really cool diagram, and I do hope that you will develop that into a short article and submit it to Seaways at some time. Oh, yes, me.
So just wanted to put an example. I think he had asked, so we just discussed over once, so I'll just put that again. So I think the question came from this desk that the leader makes a mistake, so 135 people are going to make a mistake. So how do we stop that? The leader has given a wrong command and everybody just blindly follows it, then the wrong command is going to be executed. So how do we stop that? So opinion. So there should be intervention. Okay, but from 135 people, I don't just follow it blindly, but I give a thought. So the command is given, and everybody is giving a thought. Yeah, I'm saying I fine. Okay, let's do it. We are all okay. So feedback, what you mentioned. But let me put another example. Jilian played the first video. So the leader wants to take a decision. Can we fire a missile? Everybody's thinking. Feedback. Everybody's thinking. Okay. By the time 135th person says okay, we are already fired upon. There's no missile, no needed for us to fire the missile. We are fired. So the point I'm trying to bring out here is, these things all happen. Decision making, sometimes you have a fraction of a second to take a decision, right? So how do we take the right decision in a fraction of a second? Experience. Okay, so one thing that we discussed was practice. Okay, and I think the Navy, the Coast Guard, the examples that I was citing, they practice. They practice for the war. Okay, so we're going to fire a missile. Somewhere somebody did not act on time, so that's a mistake. So let's work on it again. But on merchant ships, we don't have practice, or in real life, we can't really put everything into practice, right? So it's not. The point I'm trying to bring out is decision making. Too many variables. It's very dynamic. It's not that we can have set things that we can take decisions upon. Sometimes we take decisions based experience, sometimes we take decisions based instinct, intuition. Yeah? So I just wanted to bring this up.
That's a really good point to bring up. And I will expand on that a little bit and go further along the line is there is a reason for having drills on a ship. You do lifeboat drills. That's because if something goes wrong, you know exactly what to do. And if somebody is giving you an order that's not in line with the drill you did, that's when you can speak up, because maybe they forgot a step in the drill. So Coast Guard doesn't necessarily practice more than a merchant ship. Merchant ships have the requirement for drills. Do those drills. I come back to a comment I said yesterday about port state control officers. Be happy when they come on, because they're going to check and make sure you've had your drills that are required. And they are required under the conventions, under the acts, under the work that you're doing. So you need to know and support that work. A fire drill on a ship at 2 o'clock in the morning when you got off watch at 12 is not nice. It's horrible, it wakes you up. But it's there for a reason. Because if you ever had to do it in real life, you know what to do. And if someone does something out of the ordinary, if something is no longer as expected as per the drill, you can step in and say, oh, just a second, we forgot to do that. And you can speak up. So it's not like you have to go through the whole decision tree because you know what the drill is. The other thing you can do is, I guess part of that ethics and code of conduct, is you can ask yourself, I'm on watch right now, what happens if someone falls overboard? What happens if someone falls overboard? What will I do? Those what if questions. Spend time. I have a watch team in VTS in Sydney, and they actually have these what if scenarios that they build in as part of their day-to-day operations. Always be thinking. Remember, what is one of the things of a professional? You're looking forward, you're anticipating. So always anticipate, so that when you have abnormal situations, you know the difference. In fact, many times an incident happens because things didn't happen as expected and nobody spoke up. Read incident reports, really good way to see about how decision making works. We've got lots of opportunities, and it comes down to this concept of teamwork. We're not a team because we work together. We are a team because we respect, trust, and care for each other. Followers and leaders, all members of the team. Pretty straightforward. I'm not going to watch that video, but it's a really great quote. And it talks about the concept of motivation. What motivates us? How do we stay motivated? How do you stay passionate about your work? How do you have that vision to move forward? So motivation has a lot to it. There's some great research out there on what motivates us. But I like this little image here, because if you can't see it at the back, I'll read it out. It says goals. In motivation, that means you have a goal, something to strive for. You have an attitude. Remember, if everything's going to go wrong, everything's going to go wrong today. I tell myself that in the morning. Then everything will go wrong. Argue for your limitations, and sure enough, they will be yours. So instead of arguing for limitations, think about what will go right. And anticipate that. Have the attitude. Success. We'll talk a little bit about success and how we can motivate ourselves for that. Performance. Do the very best you can. But if you do something wrong, remember we are human. No one's perfect. So embrace your mistakes, learn from them, and move on. Support each other, mentor, coach, be there for each other. And if you've got a great idea, get it out there. So motivation is all part of teamwork. Now, another concept of motivation is flow theory. This is a really cool theory. I'm not going to show the video on flow theory, but you can research it if you want. Has anyone heard of flow theory before? Very good, someone's heard of it before. Has anyone been in the zone? Like you're working really well and you don't want to stop because you're getting somewhere. The ideas are coming. The concept of flow is that you are able to increase your skill at the level that the challenge is there. So your challenge and your skills are matching. in here is in the flow zone. I think someone plays the piano. You practice the piano to get better at it. The better you get at it, the more you practice because it sounds good and you try harder pieces of music. If you play a sport, you practice at it to get better at it. The better you get, the more challenge you're looking for. That's what flow theory is. So you stay here. As your skill increases, the challenge increases. If you go if it's too challenging, you go too challenging too quickly and you don't have the skill, you get anxious, you get stressed, and you won't perform at your optimum. On the other side, if your skill set is too good, if you're too good for the challenge you're getting, you get bored. You get apathetic. That's a big word, apathetic. It means bored. You don't do what needs to be done. So you want to try and keep in the flow. What's really cool is when you get into the flow, you don't even realize it. You just keep going, and sometimes you forget to eat. Sometimes you forget that you had an appointment to go to because you were doing so well. When you get into the flow, it is absolutely amazing. One of the videos shows Michael Jackson. Yeah, was that basketball player Jackson. Anyways, I don't know where Jackson's. A basketball player, and he made an incredible number of baskets in one game. He doesn't even know why, but he was in the zone. He was in the flow. So you get to the point where you are able to match your skill to an increasing challenge and stay in that engagement area. So Csikszentmihalyi Mihai, terrible name, but it's a really great theory of flow. I'm going to show you a few theories. I'm not going into too much detail. You can explore them further if you like. Now, the other one about motivation and teamwork and leadership and followership is will and skill. So it goes a little bit like flow theory. Someone with low will and low skill needs to be directed. You need to have a structure to get some clear wins there under your belt so that you feel comfortable to move on. So that's in this corner here. If you have high will and low skill, and often I remember being a cadet and I really wanted to do everything, but I didn't have the skills yet to do it. I didn't have the knowledge yet to do it. So I had to be guided. I was given the tools, I was given training, and as I got better, the captain stepped back. When I was a cadet, and I got on the bridge of the ship one time, they said, "Okay, Jillian, you take it in." And that was pretty cool, because he had taught me enough, and I had reached that area that I was now into a high will, but a high skill. So high will, high skill, you get delegated tasks. Now, sometimes you have lots of skill, but you're really bored. You don't want to be here anymore. In that flow theory, your skill is exceeding the challenge. I've had it with this. That's enough of that. So you need to be excited. You need to somehow identify, why are you here? How can you get that excitement, to get that high will? You've got the skill. How can you get that high will? So it's very similar to flow theory. They flow together. Did you get that? I said it on purpose. They flow together. So we've got flow theory and teamwork, and they come together in this idea of high will, low skill, high skill. If you are mentoring someone, keep this in mind. If you're looking for support, find out where you are in this table and say to somebody, an officer, a teacher, even a colleague, look, I'm pretty good at this, but I'm kind of bored with it. What can I do? How can I get more excited about this? Or you can say, I really want to do this task. I don't have the skill set. Look out who has the skill set, who can teach you, who can help you there. We work as a team. We're not individuals. Remember Maslow? We need that connection. We need those relationships. I'm going to go now into a bit more theory. I did tell you I was going to get into neuroscience. Anybody scared by that? Neuroscience. Ooh, scary word, eh? Neuroscience meaning the brain. Science of the brain. Okay, I got a short video. I will pull it up. One sec. My mouse. It will play after this ad. And it's almost there. Okay. So can we make sure the volume is up loud enough?
And from there also.
Pardon?
From there, from the screen.
What?
Volume.
No, they have volume on the speakers. So my volume on the screen, I think I will check this one first. Last time it was high on the screen, but it wasn't high on the speakers. So there's two sets of volume. So this one, I'll put it up. But the speakers need to be loud too. Okay, are you ready? A bit of neuroscience. Make sure I've got my captions on. Okay, let's hope they're going to work.
Neuroscience is an interdisciplinary field of research that deals with the brain and its structure, functions, and diseases. Involved are disciplines like biology, medicine, psychology, philosophy, and computer science. But how can knowledge of how the brain works help us in everyday leadership? First, there is an effect called negative distortion. We are more sensitive to negative experiences than to positive ones. That's why news with negative headlines sells better, or an unfriendly face on the street gets more of our attention than a friendly one. Why is that? Through evolution, we are drilled to make quick decisions in case of danger. The careful, time-consuming weighing of perceptions and information is sacrificed in favor of speed and economy. If we feel threatened, a red alert gets activated in our brain and the threat warning system is triggered. This signal is the basis for fight or flight reactions. Unfortunately, there is no green alert system. Yet we know that there is a neural reward system and how it is activated. The brain craves reward. If we feel joy or happiness, the thinking organ gets flooded with chemical messengers, so-called neurotransmitters. The most important chemical messenger in this system is dopamine. It generates desire and expectation of reward and is therefore an important motivator. Based on these findings, neuroscientist Dr. David Rock has developed the SCARF model. SCARF stands for status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, fairness. His model explains the basis for commitment and motivation in leadership. The aim is, through activation of the brain's reward mechanism, to increase the commitment and motivation of employees and at the same time minimize threats perceived by the brain. What does this actually mean? Status describes one's relative importance compared to others. Certainty refers to the ability to assess the future in a fairly reliable way. Autonomy is related to a sense of control, of options to influence and to choose. Relatedness refers to a feeling of being accepted and relates in the broadest sense to group membership. Fairness refers to balance, fair treatment, for example, the correct relationship between performance and results. The word work has changed in recent years. Due to permanent activation of the threat system, more and more employees see themselves in danger in neuroscientific terms. Therefore, it is important that executives understand what's going on with their employees and what drives them. What will they respond to and what makes them feel threatened? In summary, successful leadership in a neuroscientific way means activation of the reward mechanism, reduction of threat scenarios. This is equivalent to a revolution in everyday leadership. A company also needs a willingness to change at all levels, with freedom to experiment, to gain experience, and to learn. Joint testing and development of rules in everyday life. And all this should be done in a way that makes sense for the company.
Okay, a bit scary, eh? Neuroscience. A lot of what we've already been talking about. Fight or flight, relatedness, autonomy, and having that connection so that when you're working and leaders are aware of what's happening. Let me just get that minimized. And I will close that one out. So what I want you to do now is thinking about the SCARF theory. Let me get to my slides here. There we go. Thinking about that SCARF theory, and SCARF, hard to say that. I'm going to say it so you can write it down. How's that? Write it down. It is the concept of status. So what is your level? The concept of status. This idea of certainty, that if you do A, then B will happen. You've got certainty. Of autonomy, so that you have the ability to do it yourself. Relatedness, and fairness. So I want you to think about SCARF and the idea of going away from threat or forward to reward. Isn't it interesting, that comment that was so attuned to negativity that it means more to us than reward? It comes down, I guess, back to that discussion we had. We're really good at saying how bad we are at something. We're not really good at saying how good we are at something. And we need to do that more. We need to say how good we are. So the SCARF model. I have an activity for you. I want you, in your group, to think of 3 challenges that you face. Either as a cadet, a colleague, a friend, some sort of challenge. So make a list first. 3 challenges. After you've done that, I want to look at those against the SCARF model, which is why I had you write it down. The status, the certainty, the autonomy, the relatedness, and the fairness. So think of it in terms of that. Is that challenge affecting one of those areas, or maybe 2 of those areas? Maybe something that is an issue that you have with a teacher seems to be always on your back. You can never do good enough for them. So it's really challenging. Does that come under status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, or fairness? Well, probably a bit of relatedness, because you've got that combat feeling with them. And maybe fairness, because you think they're not giving you a good chance. So I want you to think of it with that. And then, how can you address it? If you look at SCARF, you know, I am now reacting to this under the SCARF matter because I think it's not fair. What could I do to help resolve that now that I've gone through that process? I realize what the problem is. What's my next step? What can you do to address it? I've given an example for relatedness, being lonely on a ship. That you're losing that aspect of being related. What can you do to address that? How can you feel more connected? And then we'll just go around. So I want you to do 3 challenges ideally. We'll see how we do on time. But I want each group to present one of their challenges and how it fits against an element or more than one element of SCARF. This is a SCARF model. It's built on neuroscience. It focuses on the concept of knowing that we do that fight or flight, but how can we get more positive energy out of that? Any questions on the challenge I'm facing to you? Any questions? Okay, off you go. Have you done Just gives us power. That's the finding. Got a couple more. That's just like but it goes to the yes, for the bird. So we usually go to the something. Not that great. We do it.
This one I will do.
You find some challenges?
Yes.
That's pretty easy. What are your challenges? What's the biggest challenge that you have? You have so maybe somebody's home is very some sort of emotional difficulty, some sort of challenge. Maybe even you go to test and it doesn't work. What's there? So that's the so break down some challenges for
Yeah, that is what I mean. So even after getting paid, when you select your ultimate goal is purpose, that is when the real challenges show up. As a colleague and as a friend, you have to be
Is this challenge affecting your status? Different points is specific certainty, certainty से related और we go to all kinds of
You got it? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. I gotta check my timer. Okay, I think we're just about done. Does anybody want a little bit more time? I can give you, say, 2 more minutes. Would you like 2 more minutes? I'm trying to give you autonomy here now. I'm the scarf, you know. That is certainly autonomy. Okay, I've got some people wanting 2 more minutes. I'll give you 2 more minutes. Oh, they want help?
It is a combination of all.
That's it. Time is up. Okay, time is up. I want to go, and we're going to go to each group, and I want you to give me one challenge, where it fits under SCARF, and what's something, just one thing that you can do to make it better, somehow, by knowing where it is. Before we do that, and I want everyone to listen to me, because I'm talking now. Thank you. We talked about fight or flight, and in some of the tables we were also talking about some of the other ones, because there's actually more than just fight or flight. There's also freeze. You know that idea of the bunny rabbit, with this, he's stuck in the headlights and he stops and he goes, can't move. Sometimes you get into a condition in your own brain that you can't do anything, and that's the freeze. Or sometimes you're in an environment and it's so bad, you can't even fight or flight, you just flop. You just go on the ground and it's just like, you hide away, nothing's ever going to happen. So you can't even run, you just ignore it completely. So there's other ones, fight and flight, freeze, flop, and fawn. Fawn means that if you're in a situation and someone's causing you a problem, you're actually really extra nice to them, or you say, oh, what can I do to help you? Oh, can I do that, please? So you're actually just fawning to them. So that's the other words, but fight and flight are the ones they gave us. But realize there are other physiological aspects, and that's all through neuroscience. I'm going to start with this table. We'll just work our way back.
Yes, ma'am. The problem we are facing is decision making for certain, connecting it to the scarf for certainty. We are only entering our field of duty as a candidate and also doing BBA, and we all are facing this problem. Our curriculum is giving a compulsory for entering internships and completing it. Then also we are inexperienced, and the curriculum is also vastly changing day by day. So when we pass out, our juniors or the coming batches also coming in another perspective. So what we decided to do is to continue and keep on studying and keep on getting more and more experience.
Excellent, and that's a really good one for certainty, especially in this industry that we are in that's changing every single moment. People coming even a year from now into school might be learning something completely different because the industry is changing that fast. So it does affect your certainty, and finding a way to keep yourself up to date, more training is an excellent idea. Next group, who's speaking?
As a candidate, even after getting placed, we feel like the ultimate goal is accomplished. That is when the real challenges show up. For example, our waiting time. And as a friend, you have to be supportive for your friends in their hard times, even if you are going through a lot yourself. And we go through all kinds of stress, like peer pressure, and to par with your colleagues' performance. To fit it, we must try our level best to fit in and to adjust, and somewhere between that we find a way to love ourselves and not seek for validation.
Thank you very much. Let's go here.
As a talent, the pressure that we face from the superiors, from the fairness, speaking openly, we can the colleague, the barriers that we face, communication, the friend, the argument that we face to and it comes under relatedness.
Thank you. And the third one, under-relatedness, is a very, very real one. How many times have you had an argument with a friend and you have a difficult time? Who's going to work away from the tables? So you have a really difficult time. How do you deal with that? It affects the relatedness, and hopefully you don't lose a friendship because of it. This table next.
In our professional life, we used to face lots of challenges. The one I noticed that over expenditure in terms of as a cadet, as a colleague, as a friend, we used to spend the lots without even calculating the goods or the money. We used to spend lot without even calculating how it can be managed. So in terms of autonomy, we used to know the sense of control, how we have to spend, that we used to we go through it and we manage all these things for our better.
Well, that's a really interesting one because it's everybody in the world has this issue of over expenditure. And it does relate then to autonomy because you don't have money after a while. Budgeting and learning how you can control that can really help you with that aspect. Some people just want to bury their head in the sand, that freeze concept, and pretend it's not happening. And then the banks keep coming and they keep coming and they keep coming. Other people might want to try and run away. It doesn't necessarily work. So how do you deal with it? Very good. Next group.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. The challenges that we are facing day-to-day life, we have just discussed, me and my friends, the fear of rejection, and after that communication barrier, after that, jobs insecurity. Fear of failure, rejection, like we always facing, we are having all the one side that we are always thinking that if we get failed, if I get failed, then what will happen? Another is communication barrier that we always think that I am speaking right now. These are some job insecurities like if I will not do my work properly, so they will hire me or they will fire me or not.
Yeah, so we can relate fear of rejection to autonomy, and there are aspects which we are controlling. And other than that, that is also a part of fairness because we expect a fair treatment from the other end. Like, are we the deserving candidate or are we not? And then when it comes to job insecurity, it is also related to relatedness because if we are facing job insecurity, there are a lot of others who have common problem that's existing. Also, it is a part of status because if we are insecure about something's not happening, that will also affect our status. How am I like, what if I do lose my job? And how am I going to face people? That's two of them, I think, I should positive.
Well done, great, excellent. So we've done this whole line. I'm going to go up here. So one of your challenges and how it relates.
So one of the challenges that this period of time, as well as the management students face, is the fear of mistakes that we do. And with according to SCARF, I would like to go with status. It affects our status. That is, we will feel small in front of others when we do mistakes. It's a kind of our own think in our mind that we will be low in front of others if we do mistakes. So, and to correct it, I would say that we have to believe in ourselves and do the thing which we feel it is right.
Thank you. And it affects so much, this feeling that we've done something wrong. We have to be nice to ourselves. Nobody else is doing everything right. Okay. Next, who's speaking?
First of all, good afternoon everyone. As a friend, not being able to communicate your thoughts with your friends, if he is having some different thinking and you are having some different thinking. Friends having jealousy also, if you own something and if you own something, then we are also having some jealousy. And the most precious thing, mistrust. Trust is the precious thing which a person owns. As a cadet, when we join a ship, we don't have any experience. We are having seasickness and facing many high authorities and experienced authorities that we are feared that if any mistake will happen in front of them, what will be next step. And as a colleague, ego trouble will be there, career growth and job insecurity. Because job insecurity is there because if anyone comes who is having more knowledge and experience than us, then there will be end of our job. In colleague, skater is very much because when there is same level of person are working with us, so they see that they are having some more expensive thing than us. And cadet means first we have to self-govern ourselves, then we have to govern, means then we have to show our what we have done. And in friend relatedness, is there relatedness between friends or not? You have to see that also. Thank you.
I think he's very proud of that. Well done. Okay, who's speaking here? You keep speaking. Can someone else speak? Okay, I'll give it to you to say from here.
The problem which we have taken here is the problem faced by cadet. Yes, we all know one problem is faced by every cadet who are going to the future problem which is going to be faced by every cadet, parting from our families, isn't it? Of course, we are parting from our families for several months. We part from our families. Once we get into the ship, all which we experience is new people, new environment, everything is new. So that creates a problem, homesickness. That arises the problem, homesickness. Yes, when everything is new, you start thinking about your home. And of course,
To earn something in life, we have to sacrifice many things. Yes, life can be physically and mentally challenging sometimes. But that from the staff theory, what we have taken is the relatedness. Try to socialize with people, fraternize with people, try interacting more, communicate with them more, so that the issue which we face, that is, what is the issue which we face? The homesickness, the fear of separating from a home. We'll forget that. That is the thing. Try to socialize, try to fraternize more with the people. And your issues, partly it gets solved.
Thank you very much. It's a huge issue. Who's next? We did you. Who's speaking? Who's on this table? We're doing this table. We're this row now. Who's speaking? Who gets the mic? Who hasn't spoken yet? Okay.
And the challenges which we are managing time, and it comes under fairness. So we can overcome it by making a timetable, doing things in a proper timetable so that we are able to do things in time. And the things we face in the current are, we have 2 subjects to study. We have to follow new timetable, we have to take up early. So, and we have to maintain our physical fitness. And subjects which we are going to study are writing new topics. So, I have to teach that by making a good plan and good things.
So I hope you heard that. It was a really good one. It's that concept of time. We never have enough time. And so I think someone else might have time. I'm not sure you're going to use it, but it's a really key issue. Time. Sometimes it seems to take forever, and other times it's all gone. How do we deal with time? I wish there was a time travel. Okay, next one. Who's speaking? Who has spoken?
Hello everyone. 3 challenges we face as a cadet. As per the fresh cadet, he always tries to make image. He always tries to make good performance in front of our seniors, like teammates, officers, and that doesn't go as per our expectations. So that's a challenge as we face as a cadet. As a colleague, we always try to communicate with our managers, but it doesn't smooth. There also we find reflection and problems. As a friend, we always try to make our friends happiness, but sometimes it also reflects. That's all the challenges we face. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So, challenges that we face. As a cadet, when we first go to ship, we might feel, did we choose the right career, or am I really supposed to be here? Shouldn't I be staying at home and doing a 9-to-5 job or something? But we may also be faced with seasickness and homesickness. So that affects the certainty of our choice of career. To rectify that, we could, before choosing our course that we have to study, we could have put more focus into what we really have to do. So end up choosing the wrong career. Then, as a colleague, in a normal workplace, there might be an experienced worker and a new worker who both share the same position. So the experienced worker may exploit the new worker by giving him more tasks. So to solve that, we can either go to our higher employer, or we can directly confront him. And as a friend, we may have faced this always, like it's unhealthy competition between friends. So if there's an exam and a person scores more marks than someone, they might like steal his books or vandalize his pens or something. That's a very mean way to treat your friends. So, and to resolve that, we could talk it up. That's the best way to solve it out between ourselves. Or we could just, if it's not working, we could just change our friendships. You can just realize that these are not the friends for me.
Thank you. Some real challenges there, and it's really hard to say. You've probably seen some YouTube videos or some memes out about getting rid of toxic people in your life. So if you have some people who are just sucking the energy out of you, how do you say no? Because sometimes it might be time to change your friends if they're not supporting you and you can't support them. Friends should be there for that relatedness, that aspect of Maslow. Now, who's next over here?
The challenges I face as a cadet, being lonely, full of relatedness. To overcome this, you can play games, being active on social media, post videos on YouTube. As a colleague, I feel oppressed. Staff model, autonomy and fairness. To overcome this, we should raise an issue to the committee of the organization, change the procedure of viewing things. As a friend, it's hard to stop your friend for doing something wrong. The staff model stands and fairness. To overcome this, we should advise him.
And very clearly linked to the SMART model. That's each one. Okay, who's speaking here? You've spoken before. Who hasn't spoken yet? You haven't spoken yet.
Good afternoon. So the challenge is not getting the expected results in one test. So according to staff model, the status what we expect is public recognition, and we get the embarrassment. In certainty, we feeling of achievement, and the third is feeling of failure. Autonomy, the reward is entitlement, and effect is flat mark on failure. And the relatedness, what we expect is inclusiveness, and we get being titled as not worthy. And in fairness, we expectation met, and what they get is unmatched expectation.
And that link from fairness to unrealistic expectations, that comes in, I think, in a lot of your examples. Superiors may be asking something extra from you, not being able to make the mark you want. So that does come in very clearly. Who's speaking here?
Good afternoon, everyone. The challenges faced by as a student is exams, according to the status, fear of failure, and what society will think. According to relatedness, the thought of committing suicide because of society and parents think, and fairness, opening up to parents.
Well done. Isn't it awful that we feel so much pressure as, I feel for you, but I remember feeling it myself, to get good marks, and if we don't get a good mark, what do we do? It's really, it affects status, it affects so much of our lives and how we work. I hope you understand now how the SCARF model might be able to help you. I'm just going to double check our time. My tea's arrived, I think it's a bit early. I've got a couple minutes. I want to talk a bit about courageous conversations before the break. I want to get this done because when we come back from the break, I definitely want to get into DEIA. You know what DEIA is? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and acceptance. But right now, I want to talk about this idea of a courageous conversation. And we'll have a very short time to practice with one of our challenges, one of the models for a courageous conversation. Speaking up is hard. Knowing how to speak up is hard. If something is wrong, if you're having a difficult time with a colleague, if you're having a difficult time with a friend, if you think that you're not being treated fairly, if you're into that fight or flight mode, how do you come about it in the most effective manner so it actually gets a resolution? or at least you've done everything you possibly can so you can feel better about yourself. They're what I call courageous conversations because they take courage. It's not easy. Sometimes it's not easy to be the first one to speak up if something's wrong. A couple of little hints about having a conversation, if you need to have this conversation. Choose a time and place that's suitable. It ensures some privacy, suitable privacy level, and time from interruptions, so it's quiet. Know what you're going to talk about. Have gone through a process like this with SCAR. Analyze what the situation is. Don't go in there saying, every single time you do this, this happens. You're always picking on me. That's not the sort of thing that's going to get you a result. That's just going to be like a complaint. It doesn't really get anywhere. So know what it is you want to talk about. Have it clear in your mind, any of these. The who, the what, the when, the where, the how. What is the issue, really? So take that time to get it resolved. Sorry, I'm holding it too close to my mouth. I had a nice little lapel one before, it was easier. And then focus on something specific. Don't focus on every single little problem in your life at one time with one person. Try and pick out something specific that you can actually work on, some impact, something that you will be able to change. And that brings me to 2 models. So these are models to have those courageous conversations. You may not like them. You can give them a try today in a safe environment within your table, sort of see how they might work. One model is called SBI. Situation, behavior, and impact. So when you go into your courageous conversation, you've picked the location, you've got the time, people are in a good mood, nobody's angry. You're going into this conversation knowing that you have a specific thing to come out. Think about the situation, describe it, be specific. If you have a friend and they're always borrowing money from you, and you try to ignore it, and they keep borrowing money from you, and they never pay you back, that's going to eat away at your friendship. So I'm sort of getting some of the friendship things and the money things here put together. And I'll tell you a story, a little story. I used to borrow money from my boyfriend at the time all the time. They never had any money on me. I kept forgetting to give it back. And he bought me a bracelet, a beautiful silver bracelet, and it had on the words engraved, mooch. Do you know what a mooch is? Someone who lives off somebody else. Anyways, I got the hint. It wasn't that. It was very specific. Stop borrowing money. But it was in the nicest possible way. He gave me a beautiful bracelet. So, situation, be specific. Speak about a specific behavior. Don't assume anything. Don't go in and say, I know you hate this. Just go in and say, this is what I saw happen. Don't put your thoughts onto what you think they're going to say. Go back to active listening. Listen to hear. Don't listen to hear what you want to hear. And then the impact. Say, what happened? Well, you keep borrowing money from me. It meant that when I went to go buy some milk for my mother, I had no money left in my pocket. So be specific, again, with that. Have that conversation, and then see where it goes. So that's the SBI. That one you will find online. This one you won't find online, but it's a really great model. It used to be, I don't know where it's gone. I love it. It's called BIRD. It's very similar to SBI, but it gives you a chance to talk and hear from them. So talk about the behavior. Again, be specific. Tell them what the impact of that behavior was on you. Let them give you a response. Hear what they have to say, and then decide on something to do to fix it, that you can decide on together. So this is a great model. It was, I found it online from Qantas, and the link's no longer there, so I'm not sure what's happened, but it's a wonderful model because it includes that response element. SBI is more specific about telling them something, but it's a two-way conversation. If you have this courageous conversation, it's two ways. So what I want you to do is take a look at your list of challenges, pick something, or if it's not suitable, pick something that would work, and work through the challenge using either the SPI or the bird, whichever one you wish. So I'll go back again if you want to take a quick picture of them. SPI, you can grab a quick photo of that if you want, just so you remember what it is. So the SBI, situation, behavior, and impact. And this model you will find on the internet if you look for it. Get your photos. That's good. Thank goodness for phones. And the next one is bird. So these are just tools to try and help you have those courageous conversations, which you will have to have in your career. You might feel like you want to have one tomorrow after this session. Okay, I've been having this issue with you. Stop borrowing my money. Why are you borrowing? Well, just maybe ask them, why do you keep borrowing my money? The thing is, I didn't even realize I was doing that. I'm so sorry. I won't do it anymore. Don't assume that they're doing it on purpose. Ask, and then have that conversation. Okay, so those are the two models I want you to think about. Use one. You have the autonomy to choose whichever one. And take just 5 minutes for a quick, courageous conversation before we go for break. Because my phone tells me we should have break at 3:15, but I think break is almost here now. It was 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes to try one of those models. I'm just going to quickly walk around and see how you're doing, and then we're going to break. You don't have to share this one. This could be very personal. So I'm going to see how you did.
How are you doing?
How's it going?
Maybe this really interview.
Okay, I think everyone has had a chance to do something around SBI or BIRD. It is coffee break time. I would like to have you back here by, I'm just checking the time. I want to have 1 hour for DEI, and then we do our open mic session. So, Coffee break time now until 15:30. 15:30, which means you're going to be back here when? 27, 28. You come back at 15:28. I'll give you an extra minute.
We don't have to show it from
No, it's for you. It's a tool. But I'd like to know. I mean, I've been walking around asking people how to do it. How did it work? Did it work? Focusing on the situation, linking that to a specific behavior that has an impact, rather than going, what's your scenario that you have? Yes, okay.
I've been studying a great situation where it starts to decide who is right about it.
Yeah. Yep. And what's the impact of that? SPI. So it's really helpful when you have a courageous conversation. So say, what's your challenge again? What you've done today will have an impact on your work tomorrow. So say you did poorly on a test today, and you're worried that it's going to have an impact on your final mark. And that poorly performed test. So you want to go talk to the teacher. You make it a time to go talk to the teacher. You say, I want to meet you in the cafeteria at this time. Some place quiet, and say, listen, I didn't do very well in that test. I'm really scared about how that's going to impact my ability to be specific. Behavior. The behavior is you did poorly on the test. The impact is that you're worried. It's making you stressed and you can't do the course. That's the behavior, the impact. So the situation, behavior, impact. And then you say, what can I do? Hopefully he'll respond and say, this is maybe a tutor, you can work on that. Actually, you're involved in this area, but you need to focus on that area. And at the end, you say, okay, thank you, I will do my best to try and do that. So it gives you that opportunity to start off that conversation and find out what the real problem is with active listening. Okay? Yes, excellent.
For now, what I'm thinking is feel like missing by the business perspective. Because you can like say it as a feedback from human behavior and also from that the market about business. They are in the business market like MNC. They're using it in like using it as a marketing strategy to get their target done.
That's interesting. So I like it as a model because it fits so many areas. If a company is using it to make a profit, then that means they're using a tool to support them. So they're using it for business. My point of view is that I can't control what they use the tool for. But it's still a really great. And it's still very free. So it gives you that concept that it gives you feedback opportunity. Yeah.
What is your perspective?
Well, if a company uses STAR for anything in a way that's inappropriate. So my feedback is it's no they're welcome to use the tool any way they want, but it doesn't impact me. And if it's impacting me, well then I would understand that I know STAR. If I can see what they're doing and they're trying to manipulate me by using the STAR model, I already know about STAR, so I won't manipulate it.
And also how is
So fairness is one I think is becoming almost every stage. In the form of exams. My exam, my mark was exam. So how do you do that? I think the bird model is a really good one for that. If you think that you were treated fairly, think specifically what was the behavior that is missing. So often we say we're not being treated fairly. We think the broad brush. They don't like me. I'm not being treated fairly. But look at it. What is specifically happening that makes you feel that you're not being treated fairly? What is going on? Can you even just pinpoint one or two? Understand one. That's not that behavior. So and then you go and talk to somebody. You want to set up your meeting for that conversation. Meet with somebody and say, this happened, it makes me feel this way. What's your response? Don't assume that they treated you fairly. What's your response? Why did you give me this mark when I think of I look at my mark, I look at the study, I look at the work that you presented, this is the mark I got. Why did you give me this money? So, no, that's fine. So then, ask him, why did this happen? And he might be surprised. Or, the answer might be enlightening, because it will help you do better next time. So the idea is just to have that creative conversation.
The third one, yeah.
Yeah, I like the third one. SBI is good, but you still need to follow up.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Madam, how are you, madam? I couldn't attend. I was just in the class continuous.
Continuously, are you?
MBA, BBA classes.
Oh, you're so busy.
But anyhow, it's like what time now.
Oh, good. We're on break time right now, unfortunately. So we'll be back in about 6 minutes. Or 2 minutes. We'll just sit down. Where's my video? Okay, welcome back. Take your seats, please. We're going to get into the last 45 minutes, really, and then we have an open mic session. you have to get, recognize. I tend to always think in hours, not in quarter hours, but you're going to be done by, I was told, $16:45, yes. Okay, have a seat, please. But don't get too comfortable. Okay, everybody here? No? Oh, we're missing some people. Where are they? Is it time? Yes, it's time. It's 1 minute past time. Okay. Well, we're going to do an activity. It's called a step up activity or a step in activity, and it means we actually have to go over there. So now I told you all to sit down on purpose. So now you all have to get up again, and we're going to go over here, and we're going to do a short activity on diversity. Okay, everybody come over here. Sort of form a very loose circle. It has to be nice and big. An oval. It's going to be a big oval. I'm going to join you in that oval. Okay, big oval. Please face on me. So I might have to make it stretch back a bit. You know, we're trying to figure ourselves all out. There we go. It might even need to be 2 levels, but we'll see. Now try and see if we can go further back. Make more space. So go further back, and make it a big oval. Keep going further back. Use all the space. You've got this big dance floor here. Keep going further back. Make more space. Let more people come in. There we go. Excellent. Okay. Okay, everybody's here. Good. Okay, I'm going to do a bit of an activity with you. Now, I want you to take one step in if what I say applies to you. Who here was born in India? Born in India. Were you born in India? Pretty well everybody should step in, I think, except me. Excellent. Okay, take a step back again. Right on. Who here plays a musical instrument? Where's our diversity in the room? There we go. Okay, a few people are in. Excellent. Ah, well done. More people than said originally. Excellent. So we've got lots of people born in India, a bunch of people play an instrument. Okay, thank you. Step back. I'm looking at the diversity in the room here. Who here is a sister or an auntie? No, sister or a cousin. A sister or a cousin. Pretty well everybody, right? You got families, right? I hope. No? Okay, step back. We'll make it easy. Who here is a sister? Who here is a sister? Who here is a sister? Okay, that's all right. That's all right. We might have a transgender here. That's fantastic. That's good. Okay, we got sisters. Excellent. Step back, please. Who here is an aunt? Do we have any aunts? We have an auntie. Oh, we have a couple of aunties. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you. As if you're, oh, it's wonderful. Please step back. Who here is an uncle? Now the guys can step in. Okay. We got a bunch of uncles here. Very good. We got lots of uncles. Excellent. Okay, step back, please. Now, a little bit more personal, maybe. Who here was bullied at school? Who here was bullied at school? You know what I mean by bullied? Someone picked on you. I'm going to step in too. Yeah. It's hard sometimes to be bullied, isn't it? It's a difficult situation. But you're smiling now, so you survived. Make it stronger. Okay, step back. Now this one, please be honest. Who here was the bully at school? Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. So you could be bullied, or you're bullied and the bully. You're both sides. Yeah. That's a really good, honest situation. It's hard to say that, isn't it? But we've got lots of diversity here. We recognize that it's not the right thing to do, but when you're kids, you do that. I was bullied, and then I was a bit of a bully myself. Okay, you can sit back. Now, let me think something. Who here likes ice cream? Excellent, that's a good one. Okay, that's an easy one. Okay, so, there you go. Who here has a food allergy? A food allergy, allergic to some sort of food, an allergy. It'll make you sick. Gluten or dairy or something, it makes you sick. We got some food allergies here. I have an allergy to cucumber. Talk about very specific. I have an allergy to cucumber. Is anyone, are you allergic to peanuts or anything, or coconut? Yeah, if you live here and you're allergic to coconut, I think that's going to be a really hard lifestyle. Okay, thank you very much. Let me think of something else. Now, you don't have to come forward if you don't want for this one. Who here has suffered an assault of some sort? An assault of some sort. Either a physical or a sexual assault. Okay, you guys are it's a very hard one, isn't it? I'm stepping forward for this one. I was sexually assaulted and sexually harassed on ships. It's not a good place to be. The whole idea of this exercise is to realize that we have a lot of diversity, and we need to recognize how it feels when you're the bully and when you're bullied, how it feels when you're different, and how it feels to step up for that. Okay, let's do something else. Who here likes rice? I'm in India. Who here, actually I should say, who here doesn't like rice? Look at that, I am impressed. Really? You just eat it all the time. It's an option. Okay, step back please. Who here's a vegetarian? Who's here a vegetarian? Excellent. Any vegans? Any vegans? My eldest daughter is a vegan now. It's really hard to cook for her. It's very difficult. They're actually telling us to go vegetarian because it's good for the environment. Who here is worried about the status of the earth, about what we're doing to the earth, the pollution, all of those? Who here is worried about greenhouse gases and where our earth is going to be? Thank you. It's a bit scary. These are the big questions that we have. We have incredible diversity in this room. I didn't do the general basic one, women and men, because it's pretty straightforward, but there's a lot of diversity within each of us. We have cross sections of diversity. Thank you very much for that activity. You can go sit down again now. I will let you sit down. Okay, as you sit down, I want to give you a little story. A story that highlights this concept sometimes of bias. Have you heard of bias? Unconscious bias? No? No? Have you heard about bias? Bias. It means that you think one way. So a bias means one-sided, yes. You think one-sided only. There are concepts of bias that we hear of, unconscious bias, this idea of unconscious bias, that we expect somebody to behave a certain way because they look a certain way, or because they dress a certain way, or because they weigh a certain amount. We have these biases that we have. I like the fact mostly they're unconscious. And my goal is to really make the unconscious conscious. I want to tell you a little story about when I realized I had unconscious bias in a way. I was doing some volunteerism. That means I was volunteering as part of a tour in Vietnam. And we were going to visit areas that were looking for some money from this organization I was working with. We went to this school, and it was a school for the blind. We got to there at about 6 o'clock in Vietnam, so it's very similar here, it gets dark really quickly. We walked into this school for the blind. It was all dark. Because those the blind, they don't need the lights on. But I got into there and I was all upset. I said, you knew I was coming. Where are the lights? The lights were off. So I had this bias that they would know that I was there and I'd have to see. They don't have to see. It's blind. So they had lights, but they didn't have the lights on. So we walked in and we couldn't see anything. And somebody very kindly came and they knew their way around upstairs, downstairs, in all the rooms, everything was fine. So they grabbed my hand, they walked me over so I could switch on the light, so I could see. So I had a bias that I expected people to understand what I needed. And I was really upset initially when they didn't, and then I realized how stupid that was. A lot of our biases are very stupid, and we need to be aware of them. So the thing is, when you think about the lights being out, why are they out? Well, they're out because it's someone else, it's not me. We all think differently. We all believe in different things. It's fantastic. If we're all the same, it'd be really boring. But when the lights were off, I was very upset because I was in the dark, and I was upset that they didn't realize that I needed the lights on. So I had to have my eyes open in the dark to realize that I had a bias. Another example that have you walked down the road and there's been a dip in the curb so you can go onto the road easily? It's called the curb effect. Do you know that back in the 1950s, late 1950s, there were no curbs, there were no dips. People in a wheelchair would come to the edge of a sidewalk, they couldn't get down. There was nothing there. They call it the curb effect because what happened is, it was about 50 or 60 years ago, the dips never existed. One young person who was wheelchair bound realized that he couldn't go anywhere because the world was biased against him because he was in a wheelchair. And he made a movement. He must have gotten a follower. He wasn't like the dancing guy, obviously. Couldn't have been the shirtless dancing guy. But he made a movement. And that movement led to the world, the entire world, putting dips in their sidewalks so that people can get down in wheelchairs, mothers with prams, people on mobility scooters. You have this ability now. So the curb effect, it happened because one person, one young person, spoke up and got everyone else speaking up about the same issue. The power that you can have, this concept of the curb effect. If you want to read up, there's lots of papers on it, but it's an amazing example of what happens where someone can make a difference and to raise someone's consciousness, awareness of bias. This brings me to diversity, equity, and inclusion. You might have seen a similar image to this. It has been making the rounds a lot. I made this one maritime. We've got the concept of equality. So the idea of equality is that everyone gets the same chance. You want to have women in maritime? Give them an opportunity, like everybody else. You want to have people with cognitive disabilities working in an office space? Give them the same chance as everybody else. Give them equality. Well, take a look. Does equality do it? Well, it helped this one maybe. This was completely left out. Equality doesn't always make it. That's where equity comes in. So the difference between equality and equity is the fact that you realize not everyone needs the same chances. In order for an equal top line, you have to look at the help they get on the other end. So equality is different than equity. If you want equity, if you really want to ensure an equitable society, you have to realize some people need something different. So if you want to have a cognitively diverse person in your employment, you might have to give them additional help. If you want to have a sighted person go into a blind school, you might have to realize you need to turn the lights on, because it's not, it was equal. You were there, we had equality, we were all in the same room with the same light level, but I couldn't see a thing. So we need to think of the difference between equality and equity. And it's not always just enough to give everyone the same chance. Sometimes you need to give somebody extra chances. And then look at the end. Wouldn't that be even better? That removes the barriers completely. So we have barriers in our society, barriers that we put on ourselves, barriers that we feel society puts on us, or real physical barriers that we have to overcome. But let's remove those barriers. Now, when I was on the ship, I was smaller than most of the other people. I mean, I'm not that short, but I was smaller than most of the other people on the ship. But I was a woman. And so they decided to give me all the really hard things to do. They gave me things that would have been impossible for even a strong man to do. My cadet friend and I, so the two of us, were both named Jill actually. We had Jill 1 and Jill 2. A bit like hat and hat, thing 1 and thing 2. We had Jill 1 and Jill 2. And they gave us this challenge to bring on board some cargo. And they said, don't bring it on board. You have to carry it up the gangway. Well, nobody was going to be asked to carry this cargo up the gangway. It's not how you do it. You'd rig a line, you'd put it out, you'd have a way to bring it on with a machine or some tools. So what we did is we came up with a way to do it, which was like a sled. We put something on it and we slid it up the gangway. So we brought it up over the gangway. We came up with a new way to do it. But they were trying to tell us that we couldn't do it. So they were giving us challenges to show that we couldn't make it. Now, rather than be angry, or rather than try and do exactly what they told us to do, which is probably where we probably should have been, but we said, let's find a better way to do it. And then after that, we actually found that we worked innovatively with all of the other crew members to find new ways to address existing challenges. And that's where innovation comes in. Diversity means that we have diversity of thought. And ideally, get rid of those boundaries. Get rid of all those barriers. Diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI. There's an A that's being added to that now. Acceptance. So it's not just enough to say, okay, we're going to do a diverse workforce. We have to actually embrace and accept them, like the shirtless dancing guy with the followers. Embrace them, realize the value they bring, and take advantage of the innovation that will come. So things that you can't even imagine will happen. And diversity is good. So, anybody heard of de Bono? There's a thing called de Bono's 6 thinking hats. They're pretty cool, aren't they? This means that different people have different ways of looking at things. And if we are able to address all 6 hats, we're probably going to get the best possible response. So let's go through those 6 hats. The blue hat, and when I teach this in a larger workforce, in a longer session, I actually have hats. We sit in a circle, we put hats on, and we look at them in different ways. That's kind of fun. The blue hat, this is a process thinking. This is a person. Is anybody like that? That you want step 1 and then step 2 and then step 3? Process things. Anybody like that? Be honest. Anybody like processes? Following step by step? Yeah. Put your hand up if you are. Yeah. So you like to have step A and then step B and then step C. It's really great. That's a really good aspect of diversity. To think of it, the process. Thinking about thinking. Thinking about when something works. Organizational thinking. Sort of planning that action. You need to have that. Then you've got the white hat. This is the facts. I need the facts. I can't do anything without having the facts. Give me the data. Give me the big data. Give me where the trends are going. I need those facts. So you've got someone talking about process, someone else saying, well, I need facts to then to drive those processes. Now the red hat. This is the feeling hat, intuition. Does anybody here just sort of go on their gut? Oh, I think it's the right thing to do. Yeah, yeah. This is the red hat. That's that feeling. So some of us have 3 or 4 hats that we wear all the time. This is the intuition, hunches, gut instinct. But we know feelings can change. Maybe today I think this is the right thing to do, then tomorrow that might be the right thing to do. You gotta be careful of that. Then we got the green hat, the creative hat. I like this one. You went here on Monday, Tuesday, we had a lot of fun. I was trying to figure out how I was going to teach the idea of the fact that technology is continuum. It's always going. So I thought, how can I do that? I got my creative hat on, and we had a little activity where it's what comes first. And I made up all these little cards, and everyone had to put them in order. But that was the creative hat. The yellow hat looks at the benefits. What is it going to do for me? How am I going to make it better? And then the black hat, these black hatters. Have you heard of a black hatters? They think of everything that could go wrong. Anybody here? Are you really good at using an idea? You say, no, that's not going to work because that's not going to work. Is anybody here a black hat? Sometimes, yep. I'm not. But you know what? I have come to love black hatters. I had a black hatter at Coast Guard College where I taught there. Every idea I came up with, he said, that's not going to work, Jillian. So I went back and looked at my idea and thought, how can I make it better? I gave him the idea, I said, that's not going to work, Jillian. I go back and I think about how can I make it better. I go back and I give him a new one and says, oh, I think that might work. So by the time I got through the black hat, my idea was way better. Yes? Have you heard of DeBono before? Okay.
The question is, what might be a black hatter to you might himself be or herself be a blue hat?
That's really kind of cool. So the fact that he's a black hat, maybe he was more of a blue hat. He knew that if he went through this process of telling me it won't work 3 times, by the time we got to the 4th time, it would be a way better idea. So maybe he was a blue hat and I thought he was a black hat. I don't know. Yeah, process driven.
So then we can remark all those 6 hats then.
No, you can't really, because we can be more than one hat. I'm not always a red hat. I'm also a white hat. I'm also a yellow hat.
But is it to identify ourselves or to identify the person next to us?
It's not to identify any person specifically. It's to identify the fact that if you have this holistic thinking, where you think about all of these different approaches, you're going to come up with a better solution. And the more people that you have with diversity on your team, the more likely you will have someone who is a blue hat. You might have someone who's a blue hat, a yellow hat, and a black hat all at once. We're not only one hat. But when you look at an idea, and even if you know, I know I'm a creative person, but now I put it through a black hat line before I come up with an idea. So this might work, might go wrong. So for that activity I did on Tuesday, I came up with this great idea, and then I sat down consciously and I said, how is it going to work? What's the process? How are we going to make it work? How long will it take? What might go wrong? Somebody might lose a card, they might leave one in the envelope and not pull it out on time. And I came up with ways to address that solution. So it's not that you're looking to say, I am this and you are that. It's to say that to have the best possible result, we need all of those. And by having diversity, you get more chances of looking at things with a different filter, at a different angle. You come at a program at a wall, there's a wall there, you step up to it, it stops you. Okay, we come at one way. Well, what if I go this way? Can I get around it? Or if I'm at that wall, what if I had some steps to go over it? So if you think of it in a different way, and DeBono gives us this idea of creativity, benefits, caution, feelings, facts, and process. If you come up with a really great idea, put it through each of those hats, or give it to somebody you know who will help you, work on it as a team, you're going to come up with a better answer than you would be on your own. So that's really where the DeBono comes from. And it's not to say that I'm one or the other. The fact is that you want to address all. And a diverse group means that you're going to get a diverse response. And we know that diversity is good because the facts tell us. A more diverse workforce is more effective, more efficient, and brings in more money. So the bottom line is good. This is in Australia. This was from 2017. The Westpac, big bank, the Diversity Dividend Report. And at that time, they said having equal gender representation in leadership could be worth an extra 10.8 billion to the economy. So just by looking at diversity, you can increase the bottom line. Having different thoughts. Diversity, equity, inclusion, it equals innovation. Innovation equals better solutions, cleaner solutions, more environmentally friendly solutions. So I really hope that COP27 has a really great, diverse group who are looking at all of the options from all the different angles. And being Canadian, I had to put this up. And I'm going to say I'm sorry, because I haven't said I'm sorry yet, have I? I'm very Canadian. I haven't said I'm sorry yet, though. I had to put this one up. Justin Trudeau, right after he took over in Canada, said a more diverse workforce will increase organizational effectiveness. It will lift morale, bring greater access to new segments of the marketplace, and enhance productivity. In short, diversity is good for business. So the facts and figures are there. Diversity is good for business. And I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to show you a short video, and then we're going to do one last activity. Let me get the video. I'll double check and make sure that it's not going to play an ad. Here we go. Yep, it's not playing an ad. That's really good. It's a very short little video. There's a longer one around. You might want to come forward if you're at the very back, just so you can read this. They're going to be holding placards, so you might want to just sort of step forward. It's not very long. I'm going to play this video. It's only 2 minutes long. So that's actually, isn't it beautiful? There is another version, the second one, turn this off, thank you. There's another version that's been put out by an insurance company. It's just amazing. All it takes is one. All it takes is one person to care, one person to recognize something's going wrong, one person to speak up, one person to use SBI, situation, behavior, impact, one person to actually help, to support diversity. Because we live in a diverse world. We know diversity will make things better. And we have to be there for each other. We are in Maslow's hierarchy. To reach that self-actualization, we need to go through those steps. One that includes this concept of being able to have relatedness and to be able to have safety, psychological safety. So I think that we have an opportunity to actually move forward and to be that one. I did promise you come back to the end of this. So all of that learning that you've done, at the beginning I gave you this challenge that we would come back to this. The thinking on the human side of shipping. Time to answer these questions. What do you want to see changed or improved? This is really broad. What do you want to see changed or improved for the human side of shipping? How do you propose that these changes or improvements can be implemented? And why do you think these changes will support the next generation of maritime professionals? So I'm actually making you think you are the generation that's coming now. There will be others coming after. What can you do to make things even better? Okay, that's your last challenge for the day. Are you ready for it? I gave you warning ahead. So off you go. And what time is it now? 10 minutes. 10 minutes to solve the problems of the world. Whew, that's pretty cool, eh? So there you go.
College at first there was no girls at home. 3 years back, 2 years back. Then go down and we are not going to get at the problem. By providing the safety environment. By ensuring awareness about there's no awareness about because it doesn't make sense. This is the men who have and this is the
Okay, I got talking and I lost track of time. So that's it. So we're done for time. Now, how did you solve those big problems of the world? I am looking at the time. I do want to have a bit of time for open mic, but I also want to hear from your good ideas if you want to share them, because some of these are very personal. So some of these challenges might be personal. Who wants to share their big problem? What do you see? What do you want to see changed or improved? So who wants to share their results, their thoughts? I think actually, are you guys willing to share? Okay, I've got these guys, so I was just talking with them. We'll do them first. Okay. Who's going to speak?
Good evening, everyone. The change we need to see is increasing the 2% of women in the maritime industry. And the things, the improvements we need to implement for that is spread more awareness over about this course and safe work culture promotion and providing maternity leave and providing a toilet on the bridge or break when needed. It's especially meant for women working on bridge on their menstrual days. What these changes will bring in the changes going to bring in the next generation is increasing employment and development in the country as the half the population of women. She is getting emotional. Increasing creativity and diversification in the industry as the ways of thinking are different for both the gender. Thank you.
Thank you. I find that very emotional. And we had an ally present that. That is amazing. So you brought me to tears. It's what we need in the industry. I had another conversation. We need allies. It's not a woman problem. It's a problem. And I was talking with a gentleman. He got me all emotional. I was talking with a gentleman, and he was talking about an issue with a woman on board a vessel. And the captain was molesting the woman on the vessel. They said, "Oh, we have a woman problem on the ship." So he had to take the female cadet off. You don't have a woman problem. You have a problem. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, our issue is the very same, but in a more precise form. So, to change the perspective of this industry towards women, if I cannot see equality in anywhere near future, I seek for equity. To convert that 2% of women in maritime industry into at least 20 to 40%, as ma'am said. Now, as the world is developing, I can see the number of women in this field increasing, but on a slow pace. I feel really happy within this historically male-dominated industry, IMO has been making a concerted effort to help the industry move forward and support women to achieve a representation that is in keeping with 21st expectations. Discrimination is among women and it has always been in the industry. For example, the college hostel we have. 3 years back, there was no place for girls at all. 3 years back, then 2 years later, the first 2 girls in nautical science came. After that, 3 came. Now we have 6 girls in the hostel. The coming batch, we might have more. This can be solved by providing a safer environment on ships, by educating men on how women should be treated, by spreading awareness about something as simple as periods, menstrual cramps. By all these things, the parents will feel safer sending their girl child to the ships. So that is the bare minimum all of us can do.
Thank you. So well said. Okay, we solved some big problems already. I think we're getting there. How are we doing for time? We're really eating into the open mic session, but you guys have done such a great job. I want to give you an opportunity to solve some more big problems. So who wants to go next? We'll do you and then do you. Here we go.
Okay, so everybody start. I know that this will only take 5 minutes roughly. Okay, so first, lack of awareness of maritime industry. Like I even also don't know about the maritime. My brother first got into the maritime and then he told me about the maritime. Okay, there's no single publicity or advertisement about maritime industry. Okay, so because of this, individual can land in stress, anxiety, mental. If someone lands without knowing the information about the maritime industry, he or she will be in stress, feeling anxiety and mental well-being, fear of being unknown and not having clarity or career progression, not having situational awareness in the industry, what's recent developments, not knowing the prerequisites to survive the international standards of this industry. Now implementation. As we know, IMU is organizing different campaign. You may be heard about the Seafarer One Key Worker campaign promotions. And we can also introduce different programs, and we can even introduce virtual seminars at a school level so that all the newer generation will get to know about the maritime industries. And the third one is, what do you think these changes will support the next generation? I think they will feel more comfortable, that will build foundation for better career progression. They will not feel lost or left behind, and this would take your aim of taking women in 2% from 20%.
Thank you, and so well said. Okay, we have someone over here is speaking. Is who speaking? Can we ask? Can you speak? No, can you speak? No? Oh, I'm just going to put you out of your comfort zone. Okay.
So thank you so much. As you mentioned, awareness. Yeah. The thing is, I'll start off with something very basic. Indian education system is messed up. Yeah. We have been told that the only options we have after 10th grade is an engineer, a doctor, or a businessman. Nothing else. This limits down our thinking process. We are trained to be employees all our lives. We are taught to listen to orders. But do we ever have the thought that, can I make decisions? No. So I think maritime industry does need awareness. Awareness is one of the biggest things, because even I landed it over here, like, out of nowhere. I got into warehousing, and that's when I got to know, exports happen, chips happen, and okay, let me get into this. And now I see so many people, who come to my class. They have done all sorts of backgrounds, and they don't know what to do. So, and to make this better, I feel like, once awareness is there about the industry, what happens is we get a pool of interested people, the people who really want to do this to the industry, rather than having people who don't even know what to do. So if you are aware of the space around you, you do end up performing better, because I'm pretty sure a lion won't perform well in a grassland where there's only grass. It will only perform if there are gazelles and deers in the environment, right? So that is my thing. And other than that, for implementation, how it will help change the next generation, I believe that a well-informed human capital is an efficient human capital, because every organization needs quality employees, and quality employees or quality employers comes from awareness, and that doesn't happen by marking up textbooks and spitting it out on the exam papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to share their answer to the big problems? Anybody else would like to share? What do you want to see changed or improved? Anybody else want to share? I will let one more go if you have time. You don't have to. Anybody want to share what they came up with? Do you guys want to share? That's the same topic. Which one? Women in maritime. This is really great. How many people chose women in maritime as something to change? I want to see how many groups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are making me very, very happy, and I have real confidence now for the future. Thank you so much. Okay, well that is bringing us pretty much to the end. We have one little activity. We will have time for maybe 2 questions, but this is a Menti. Give me a second to get it up and running. A second. We're going to do a Menti. If you haven't been here before, You take a look at the QR code, load in the QR code, and if you don't have the QR code, go to menti.com. I'm just bringing it over. This was, oh, sorry, it came off. I'll get it back on again. There you go. Take the QR code. Remember, it just takes one thing. Oh, I think I lost my electrical. There we go. I think it's working again now. I'm going to bring it over. Oh, this is wonderful. People already in and entering. Let me bring and slide that over. Don't worry if you didn't. Don't worry if you didn't get in. I think my battery's dead. I'm going to stop talking soon. There we go. Okay. If you, my battery's dead. Oh, what happened? Just 1 second. What's going on here? Okay, what happened? Let's go back a second. Let's go back. Okay. I get my battery changed. Hello, hello. Okay, I think you might lose me for a second. I have to change my battery and my, oh, here comes somebody. It keeps going off and on. I think the battery might be dying or something. There we go. Woohoo! Keep going, looking great, guys. Productivity, creativity, more employment. If you see a word up there and you like it, you can use it again. It just makes it get bigger. Okay. Woohoo! Keep going. Okay, I'm going to read out the high ones. Productivity, a better world, lots of hearts and smiley faces. Thank you for those. I never knew you could do that before this course. Knowledge, a good future, for change. Diversity is important for change. I love that. It keeps coming so hot, Mary. This is incredible. Thank you. I hope it works. Okay, I think we're going to work here now. This is changing so fast I have a hard time reading it. For a better world, efficiency, productivity, equality. No, it's happening again. Equality. Shaping a better future. Really great. My microphone is completely dead. That's all right. I'll just yell. So I'm going to have an open mic without a mic, I think, at this moment. I'm going to have to change the screen, guys. You guys keep coming up with some great ideas. Keep it on. Okay, I'm going to move to the next screen. Let me move here. Okay, I'm going to... I hate to stop it. Okay, let's go to the next question. Don, what can you do to support diversity in maritime? What's something you can do? What can you do to support diversity in the maritime industry? We know it's important. We know it's required. What can you do? One thing, 2 things, 3 things, 4 things. Speak about it. Giving speeches. Excellent. Encourage different cultures to join. Testing. Yes, good. Excellent. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yes, good. We can know that everyone is equal. That's one thing we can do. And if we know that, we can tell people. We can speak about it. We can raise awareness. Spreading awareness, raising awareness. Oh, you guys are great. This is amazing. I just love this. I love watching this grow. It goes so quickly. We're going to be able to spread awareness, raise awareness, support each other, and make a better world. We can do it. Money. So how can we raise awareness? Supporting diversity in maritime. It does take effort. It means it takes money. Things like Maritime CEO, WISTA, Women in Maritime, PACRIMAs. A lot of work is happening this way. Please support it. Thank you. It's great. And diversity is not just women. Diversity is all diversity. It is gender diversity. It is LGBTQ plus. It is different nationalities in diversity. It's actually recognizing diversity at all levels. So it's not just women. We're doing a lot of work, I hope, to support all diversity. Okay, you guys keep going, this is great. I'm going to leave it up there for the last few ideas you've got there, and I'm going to put the last couple of minutes now into an open mic. I think we have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes for an open mic. Ask me anything about the human in maritime, being human in the maritime industry. I'm going to leave that going just for a few seconds because it's so cool. Okay, any questions? Any questions for the open mic system? We have 15 minutes. Okay. Try again, are you?
Raising complaints for standing up for our rights.
I don't know if you heard that question. It's a really good question. I'm sure it's one you're all thinking about. So the question was, if we stand up for our rights, will that affect our career? Is that a question other people are thinking too? Yeah. Isn't it a shame that we even have to think that standing up for our rights should be our right? Is what we know. Will it affect your career? I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't give you a definitive answer. But what I can say is that if you don't stand up for your rights, how is it going to affect you? How are you going to feel later on down the road? If I was a manager, if I was a master, if I was in a shipping company, and there was someone there who stood up for their rights, I would actually want to promote them. Because they know what their rights are, and if they did it in an eloquent way, an effective way, they stated the situation, they looked at what the behavior, the impact was, and they waited for the response. Then I would think that that would be something that would be a good thing. But I'm not everybody. So I'm going to put that question back up to you. Does anybody have a thought about standing up for your rights? Do you think it's going to affect your career? It might not, someone said. It's really hard to say, but I think it'll affect you. It'll affect you, who you become. And at one time on the ships, I realized I didn't like who I was becoming. I was becoming something that fit in, someone who fit in all the time. And I was doing things that I did not want to do because I felt I had to, otherwise I would never get another ship to sail on. And I had to come to a decision
Was it worth losing me for this job, or did I have to go and find another job? I almost did. I almost left the maritime industry completely. My husband's over there, I can tell you. I was going to open a second-hand bookshop, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. Just nod your head, say yes. A good husband will say yes. It comes to a point, you need to know the rules. You need to know what your rights are, and you need to, if we don't push for our rights, if the Maritime Labor Convention is there and nobody is doing it, then why do we even have it? So my question, I guess, to go back to you is, if you don't stand up for your rights, how are you going to feel? And if it's going to affect your career, is that a career that you really want? Is there another company that maybe you want to go to? Something that's more transparent, that actually follows the Maritime Labor Convention? But if you're asked to falsify records, if you're asked to work longer than your work hours, and they say everybody does it, you want to be everybody. So that's the question. It's not an easy answer. These are really, that's why it's an open mic. They're tough questions. If anyone has any other thoughts, I'm willing to pass the mic on to them. Everyone's being very quiet. Only you can answer that. I thought it would affect my career. Maybe it wouldn't have. I probably should have spoken up sooner. I'm speaking up now. So, it would have been great if I could have done this maybe in 1992 or 93. Maybe it would have made a change, I don't know. Maybe we have more than 2% women now. But if we all keep speaking up, if we all keep following and learning the rules, playing by the game, then maybe things will change. It's the only way it's going to happen. We need everyone to do it. We follow the rules. Everyone doing things wrong isn't going to make everything right. Two wrongs don't make it right. So, that's my answer. I don't know. Who knows? It's a crystal ball thing. But if you don't do what's right, you don't follow the rules, how are you going to feel about yourself? Another question? Another question? We got one.
It is something to digital and analog thinking, as I mentioned. So, ma'am, you said that humans, they take decisions based on their environment, and it's based on lateral thinking. And we say that digital thinking is something that's programmed into machines to act a certain way, which follows the bias you mentioned based on the bias of the program. Now, my question is, ma'am, at the right age of 0 to 5, a human child learns the most from their surroundings. And a lot of the values we have are a direct result of what our parents did or what we saw. So, ma'am, don't you think up to a certain limit, human beings are also programmed, and that we are constantly looking for a better answer? We just try to escape the truth and try to give ourselves a lot more meaning.
Yes, so this one came up a little earlier. It's that nature versus nurture question. And philosophers have been asking and trying to respond to this question for a long, long time. So are we the way we are because it's in our nature to be this way? Or are we the way we are because we were brought up to be this way? And in any case, does that mean that we can't change? So a machine is programmed to do something, and it will keep doing that thing. So it really, it can't change. It can do machine learning, we'll talk about that, but it's going to do learning based on programs. Now this is my personal belief. We can have nature and nurture, but it doesn't mean we can't change. So I have 2 children, and they've grown up to be very, very different. We nurtured them the same way. They're like chalk and cheese, as they say in Australia. They're both wonderful people, but they're very different. But they had the same 2 parents, the same 2 upbringing. They're both incredibly hardworking and wonderful people, but they're very different. So is it nature? Is it nurture? And does that just mean that we can't ever change? I don't believe so. I think we can change. I think we can use our lateral thinking learn from what's around us every single moment and bring that in and change. But yes, I'd like to go to some philosopher about nature versus nurture. You can look it up online. It's one of the great age-old questions.
The question raised because if you see reptiles, like the moment they hatch, they know what exactly they have to do. So that is something that's genetically programmed in them. So I'm pretty sure a lot of our brains are also genetically programmed in us. I mean, to be very honest, like, I think a lot of, like, let's go back to the early age of, and we were doing the very basic tasks, right? Like finding food, foraging, hunting, and whatever goes on. And now, after the society has developed so much, is when we have so many distinctions. And now we have an option to choose because we have comfort again. But what if we were never provided with this comfort? What if we never had this technology? Then we will all go back to the basic programming we came up with, or the factory mode we came up with. That is my thing.
I think we have a philosopher here. So really great. There's actually also philosophies that a child is born knowing everything, and it's what they lose as they grow old. So that we're born all knowing, and we lose information as we grow older. There's lots of philosophies out there. So nature versus nurture, I don't know. But I think actually what I like to do is know that I can take some control of my life and be responsible for my actions. And I'll leave it there for now. Because this will be a philosophical conversation that's been going on for the ages. Any other questions? I'll take one more question. Any other questions? Anything else? Just going to take a look at my thing. Okay, you slowed down. Fantastic. Finally. That's amazing. I love these. So the maritime industry is an amazing place. We are humans working within that industry. We have covered fight and flight, flop and fawn. We've looked at neuroscience. We've looked at various ways, various tools that we can use to help us to communicate. We had a communication exercise. Oh, that reminds me, there is an envelope going around to try and clean your tables off. So communication is, the biggest issue in communication is the thought that it has occurred, good old George Bernard Shaw. We have covered a very broad range of topics at a very shallow level. Every one of these topics is amazing. If you want to investigate it further, please pick one or two and start searching, researching it, and see how it can affect how you and your colleagues work in the maritime industry in the future. And please put into place those challenges that you came up with to go from 2 to 20 and 30 and 40. We can get there. Okay. Over to you. Did you want to have a quick follow-up? Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. So I've been told I can wind up today. Isn't that nice? Normally I would hand over. So that is for today. That is our time, and we are right on time. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. And we have one more full day and one half day left of the session. I know I won't see you all again. It's been my pleasure to be here, and it's just such a treat to learn and to hear about your ideas. Please build on what you've learned today and keep it going forward. Take care. Have a good evening.
Guys, whoever has not filled the attendance sheet, please mark that and please leave the room. Please mark the attendance sheet. Yes.